Chapter 971. Undying, a Gift or a Curse. That was the main theme of the fourth book. In fact, it was reflected on many people, such as Aztec, Anderson, Leonard, and so on. And in the end, when Lil saw the cocoons and the earthlings dressed in modern clothes, he saw that 3 of the cocoons had cracked open. I didn't think there was a need to point out the question of whether it was a gift or a curse. The entire world's terrifying, suspenseful, crazy, and dark tone appeared once again. This was one of the most impactful scenes I had in mind before I opened the book. From the looks of it, the effects were not bad. Smile. The entire fourth book progressed layer by layer and retracted foreshadowing, including Anderson's storyline that was buried in the middle of the third book. Finally, there was an intense explosion and reverberation. I was rather satisfied with it. The remaining storylines would also be retracted in the fifth book. However, the fourth book still had some flaws. Firstly, the tycoon's daily life lacked conflict. Once it was drawn out, I didn't know how to build up the tension. And there were many points that I had to explain or mention. This caused me to be a little anxious before I went to Cheney's Gate. I didn't turn the plot gently enough and lacked the final cushion. I've mentioned it before, so I won't elaborate on it. Secondly, the plot was rather long, and there was a problem with the rhythm in the middle and latter parts. From late June to mid-July, I was in a terrible state of writing. From the moment I obtained the formula from Klein to the end of Leonard's grave digging, the tension in the entire plot declined from its peak. I attempted to make up for it, restructure it, and find new exciting points, but the effects weren't too good. As for the reason, I later figured it out. There was a lack of changes. To put it simply, leveling up had been dragged on for too long. From the middle of the third book to Marionettist, it had been 200 to 300 chapters in the fourth book. The aesthetic was beginning to tire, and the tension was beginning to decline. There was an urgent need for a fundamental change. That was why I adjusted my tempo and pushed everything that I could to the back of the story. Everything that I could describe was described from the side. I clearly aimed at leveling up and taking revenge. Judging from my feelings and my stats, the results were quite good. Of course, this also caused some problems. There were a few parts that were rushed, such as the Calderon City part. It needed to be smoother and more winding. Yep, for me, leveling up wasn't just something to feel good about, it was also something to look forward to, and it was also a tool to control the pace of life. The former was easy to understand. Even in the real world, leveling up was everywhere. Employees had their own paths of promotion, merchants and government officials had their paths as well. There was no such thing as not leveling up in reality, just that it wasn't too obvious. The last one was more complicated, so I simplified it to be the pursuit of change. Even the most ordinary books needed change and the stimulation of new things. A single level could bring about many changes, so it could be used to control the pace and weigh problems. He sped up the pace and arrived at the final part of the plot. For an author, the most important thing was to sort out their emotions and the emotions they wanted to express. They had to get rid of the harmful and unnecessary things and ensure that the progression, accumulation, and explosion of emotions would not be disturbed, interrupted, or diluted. Therefore, in the final part, I gave up on a sense of urgency. First of all, after pulling out the Adam storyline, unless I pulled in the Rose School, there would naturally be a lack of urgency. And if I did that, the scene would be too chaotic, making it impossible to properly focus my emotions on revenge and sadness. Secondly, Ku was the director of this scene. I had to make sure that everything was under control. If there were too many accidents and urgency, it would make it impossible to digest the leveling up smoothly. And if I split the revenge and leveling up into 2, it would drag on. There would definitely be problems with the pace, and there wouldn't be any tension. Also, the existence of the Red Angel evil spirit in the beginning would make it impossible to pull up the sense of urgency. This could be considered a sacrifice in order to create a character. Yep, I would also insert Ince's memories. A well-developed character wouldn't actually help with the emotions, so I sacrificed that as well. Actually, it wasn't impossible to create a sense of urgency midway through. For example, I could bring forward Daly's death and make those emotions explode in the middle, creating a sense of urgency that Ince could kill everyone and escape. But if I did that, I wouldn't be able to ensure that the emotions were in place in the ending and the poignant ending. After weighing the pros and cons, I could only make such a choice. As for Daly, in my earliest character design, I placed her in the Evernight goddess's pursuit of Death's authority. Later on, I gave up on this idea and made her an ordinary genius. Together with the captain, an ordinary mid-level Nighthawk, she would have a story that didn't seem like a main character's template. This would appear very unique and rare in the entire story's background and atmosphere. Ah yes, also, my choice of words might be a little irregular and strange. It's the same for the word order. I'm doing some experiments. I hope to convey the images in my mind and the emotions in my heart to you in the most vivid way possible. At this time, I won't consider whether I should use adjectives, verbs, or nouns. Instead, I'll consider which words or words can best express the crux of the image, making it more intuitive and direct. Many authors have similar problems. I remember that in many of Wenrian's later books, some parts might seem like they're filled with nonsense, such as a bunch of knives surrounding a person's name, but in fact they're trying to create a better image and better convey the feelings, breaking through the limitations of words. On this point, words are ultimately inferior to pictures. This is the summary of the fourth book. As for who the third or first transmigrator is, everyone can guess. Yep, as usual, I'll take a break after the first book ends to organize my thoughts. Although there are weekends, I'll only rest for 3 days. I'll resume updating next Tuesday at 12:30 p.m. The fifth book, Red Priest, everyone can read it now. Smile. Finally, I'll recommend 2 books. One is The Heavenly Dragon System. It's a very rare story, such as a bloody romance and In the Name of the People. It's quite innovative. The other is Speaking to the Sword, a new work by the veteran god, Emperor Lon. Finally, the fourth book ends. Seeking Monthly Votes. Chapter 972. Bakeland, East Borough, in a 2-bedroom apartment. A few policemen in black and white checkered uniforms followed the landlord in as they covered their mouths with their hands. There was a strong smell of blood inside. "Officer, I'm not sure what happened either." Other tenants said that there was a lot of blood flowing here. They could smell it through the walls and the door. The landlord in the silk top hat looked around timidly, unwilling to stay in the room for another second. The black-haired, blue-eyed inspector waved his hand and said, "Wait at the door. Wait at the door. I still have something to ask you." As he spoke, he put on his white gloves and cast his gaze at the bedroom's wooden door. However, he wasn't in a hurry to enter. He slowly surveyed the area and took in the surroundings. There was a pile of coal, a cupboard that stored cutlery and ingredients, a small stove, a cleanly cleaned iron pot, a slightly greasy table, 2 round stools that had fallen to the ground, 2 slanted armchairs, a few glass bottles filled with unknown powder, and a stack of tarot cards that had been scattered. A mysticism enthusiast with an ordinary financial situation? The black-haired, blue-eyed inspector nodded slightly and made a judgment. Then, he signaled for one of his subordinates to open the bedroom door. With a creak, more of the smell of blood surged out. The policeman who opened the door looked in and let out a short scream as he took a few steps back. The inspector frowned slightly and pressed down on the retreating policeman's shoulder. He crossed the obstacle and approached the bedroom. His gaze swept the area as his expression immediately changed. In the bedroom, a man was lying on the wooden bed. His hands were tied to the railing above his head. He wasn't wearing any clothes, and his body was covered in thin and deep wounds. His blood had long drained, dyeing the bedsheets and the blanket beside him dark red. At a cursory glance, the deceased looked like he had been tightly bound by iron wires. They had torn through his skin and flesh and dug into his bones. Such a scene still had a powerful impact on the policeman who had seen many murder scenes. It also had a sense of ritual wickedness. Just as the inspector was about to say something, two people suddenly rushed into the room. One attempted to take pictures, and the other threw out a series of questions. Is it another murder case? Have there been many murders in Eastborough recently? Officer, do you think it's a serial killer? The black-haired, blue-eyed inspector's frown deepened. He waved his hand and said, "Do not destroy the scene, or I will treat you as the criminal's accomplices." He then said to the police officer from before, "Callis, ask the two reporters to leave. Tell them to contact the press office of Civilhouse Yard if they have any questions." After the reporters were escorted out of the crime scene, the inspector let out a long sigh. It's going to be in the papers again. Damn it. In Queens, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. There's another murder case in the East District. The victim is suspected to have been abused before her death. Audrey, who had finished her dinner, casually flipped through the Bakeland Evening News in the living room. Hearing his daughter's whisper, Earl Hall shook his head and sighed. This isn't news in Eastborough. Statistics show that there are people dying there every day. There's more than one. Audrey didn't pay much attention to the matter. After chatting with her father, mother, and brother for a while, she returned to her room with Susie. The man and dog had a tacit understanding. Without any verbal communication, the latter stood guard at the door as a guard. As for Audrey, she locked the door, sat by the bed, and silently recited Mr. Fool's honorific name. After waiting for a few seconds, a crimson light surged out in front of her, drowning everything. Audrey arrived above the gray fog and arrived at the magnificent and ancient palace. She then saw a small room to the side. The mottled door was slightly closed and hadn't been closed. It's much better than the ancient confessional from the last treatment. However, this doesn't match Mr. World's character. Has his mental state changed? Audrey entered the room in thought and closed the mottled door. She had previously performed a follow-up on the World's German Sparrow and concluded that he had recovered. To her surprise, she suddenly received a request for another round of treatment today. This made her a little surprised, but also a little curious. In the rather spacious and dark room, Audrey leaned against the wall where there was obviously someone behind her. She slowly lowered her body and sat on her knees. In the calm and tranquil atmosphere, she adjusted her state of mind and said briskly, "Good evening, Mr. World." Before he finished his sentence, Audrey's spiritual intuition had already sensed the situation on the surface of the other party's body of heart and mind. In layman's terms, emotions, or rather mood. Gloomy, depressed, lost, depressed, uninterested in anything. Mr. World's problem this time is completely different from the last time. What did he encounter this time? Audrey bit her lip and calmly made a judgment. She used placate at the right time. This was one of the most useful powers of a psychiatrist. In ancient times, it was called psychoanalysis. The dark clouds that had accumulated behind the wall dissipated significantly. German Sparrow finally said in a hoarse voice, "Good evening, Miss Justice." "Good evening, Miss Justice." Audrey, who was leaning against the wall, thought for a moment and cancelled her original plan. She maintained her brisk tone from before. She maintained her brisk tone and said, "I'm very curious about what you've been through recently. Don't think about anything else. Let's have a chat first, like friends. If you're interested in my life, I'm also willing to share some interesting things." On the other side of the wall, German Sparrow fell silent. Instead of answering, he asked, "What are your hopes for the future?" Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she replied seriously, "That's right. Improve myself and work hard to become a demigod so that I can better protect Papa, Mama, and brothers. I've been following the staff of the foundation to visit a few applicants for the Bursary Foundation. Their living conditions are really beyond my imagination. Although I've read some reports and was mentally prepared for this, I was still greatly shocked when I saw it for myself. There was a girl who was only a few years younger than me, but she was very skinny and short. She didn't have enough to eat every day and only had 2 very tattered dresses. When she said that she wanted to study, her eyes were very pure and full of pleading. I can't forget it until today. As she spoke, Audrey keenly sensed that German Sparrow's mental state had changed a little. It was no longer like a completely still lake, with some ripples and undulations. After some deliberation, this psychiatrist acted as though he didn't notice anything as he continued, I once looked forward to a beautiful marriage. I used to look forward to a beautiful marriage, hoping that my prince would come as described in those popular novels. However, after becoming a spectator, I realized that it would be difficult for me to fulfill this dream. I can always read the true thoughts of those men and see through their lies one after another, confirming that many people are not as perfect as I thought they were. This makes me a little disappointed. Maybe in a few more years, I will learn to appreciate other people's flaws, but it's really difficult for me to do so now. Seeing that German Sparrow, who was only separated by a wall and had his back to her, was finally in the mood to laugh, Audrey released another placate in a timely manner. Then she heard him ask, "What's the matter?" You once obtained information about the dragons from Sun, so you should have a certain understanding of the dragon of imagination. If, and I'm saying if, you discover that your father, mother, and brothers were all imagined by kings of angels of the spectator pathway and don't actually exist, how would you react? He'll definitely break down on the spot or even lose control. Mr. World has discovered that his main expectations or ultimate goal can never be realized, so he has a psychological problem? Audrey was first frightened by the German Sparrow's question, and then she realized where the essence of the problem lay. She didn't answer. Instead, she asked, "You seem to have witnessed the destruction of a hope." Heh! A self-deprecating laugh came from the wall behind Audrey. Indeed, I once thought that I still had a family, but later I found out that it was just an extravagant hope. Why do you say that? Audrey asked casually. German Sparrow was silent for a few seconds. Have you heard of the fairy tales that Roselle the Great used as a home tutor? This is my childhood memory. Audrey replied with an N. At the same time, she discovered that Mr. World's emotions were clearly fluctuating on the other side of the wall. The repressed pain was surging out. This time, Audrey didn't use placate. Her spiritual intuition and professional knowledge told her that he needed to vent. Then you should know the story of Sleeping Beauty and the Prince. German Sparrow said in a hoarse voice, "There was such a person who also fell into a deep slumber until he suddenly woke up one day. He believed that his family was still around. He worked hard to improve himself, hoping to find them one day. This became the main meaning of his life. In the end, he realized that he had been sleeping for at least 300 years, or even more than 1,000 years. Everything he had could no longer be found. The intense pain and confusion was so clear in Audrey's senses that she instantly came to a realization. The gloomy, repressed, experienced, and ruthless Mr. World also has his own goals and the meaning of his existence. This is in line with his gentle heart. How pitiful! Although he was just using a fairy tale as an example, the emotional reaction he had when he said certain words was real. When he mentioned slumber, family, 300 years, 1,000 years, even longer, and can no longer be found, his pain was clearly greater. This means that he's an ancient person who has survived to this day because of a particular encounter? This matches with Mr. Fool being an awakened ancient god. It's no wonder he was able to become a blessed. Audrey quickly grasped the crux of the matter. She pursed her lips and pondered for a moment. Did his family leave any messages? Did they say what they wanted him to do after he woke up? P.S. Thank you, loyal servant Wang Kai, for tipping another Silver Alliance member. Chapter 973. From Audrey's point of view, Mr. World's present state couldn't be considered to be mentally ill. It wasn't something that would cause him to lose control. It was just that his life goals and meaning of existence had been destroyed, resulting in a certain psychological barrier. As long as she could guide him and help him establish a short-term or mid-term goal, allowing him to find the meaning of life step by step, the problem would gradually be resolved. Amidst the peaceful and dark silence, Audrey heard the German sparrow on the other side of the wall reply in a deep voice, "No." As expected, Audrey wasn't surprised. She took the opportunity to ask, "Then, did he search for his family's last words? Did he search for his family's last words? Did he search for their graves? Did he attempt to figure out the reason for his slumber?" Behind the wall, the spirit body seemed to vanish for a few seconds without a sound. After a while, the hoarse voice slowly said, "No, not for the time being. Not for the time being. Does that mean there will be in the future? Not for the time being. Does that mean there will be in the future?" Audrey felt her heart lighten up. This was because she could clearly sense that World German Sparrow's emotions were no longer as gloomy and gloomy. It was as though he lacked interest in anything. He already had a certain level of motivation and a little urgency, but he still appeared a little lost. Seizing the opportunity, Audrey used placate again. The effects were much better than before. At the very least, she believed that Mr. World had used this to escape from the abyss of depression and return to a normal person's depressed state. Following that, Audrey didn't probe into how to search for traces or investigate the reason, as it was very likely to bring about conflict. She nodded in the dark confessional and said, "Yes, there are still many things that can be done. There are still many problems that need to be fixed. Perhaps there's a chance to meet someone of the same bloodline? Perhaps his family didn't die of old age, and for some reason they had lived to this day? The reason why life is meaningful is because of the infinite possibilities. In the process of searching, you can't ignore the surrounding scenery. Life isn't just a single path. There are also many side roads and alleys. If there's only the former, how monotonous would it be? You have to learn to interact, experience, and discover." Audrey, who was trying hard to recall the appropriate words from various books, suddenly thought of something. Her voice softened a little. "Also, don't wear that thick mask. It doesn't matter if it's more frivolous and transparent. This is because no one doesn't wear a mask when interacting with others. No one likes to directly reveal their private parts. This is a form of self-protection, as well as respect for others. When Mr. World has a certain number of friends, life will naturally have a new meaning." Audrey silently added a few more words in her heart, but she ultimately didn't say them out loud. This was because she believed that it was too straightforward, and it might even produce a negative effect. As she expected, the German sparrow fell silent again. He was still confused. After a few seconds, a voice that was no longer as hoarse came over. "Thank you for your explanation and treatment. No, it's all because of your inner strength," Audrey replied seriously. She used placate one last time to ensure that Mr. World's mental state was close to normal and that there wouldn't be any relapses. She then heard German Sparrow say, "Let's call it a day, shall we?" Audrey adjusted her tone again and replied briskly, "Of course. Of course, it's not a serious problem. When you're free next week, you can do a follow-up. Also, if it's possible, concoct some medicine to stabilize your mental state. Take it for 7 days. The ingredients are 10 grams of chamomile powder, 5 grams of rosemary powder, 10 milliliters of vanilla extract. During this period of time, don't reduce your intake of sweet. Relax yourself appropriately." In the dark and quiet confessional, she held the wall with her hand and slowly stood up. At this moment, German Sparrow's voice penetrated the wall. "What's the consultation fee?" Audrey held the wall with one hand and tilted her head slightly in thought. "We'll talk about it after I obtain the Spectator Pathway Sequence 5 potion formula. When the time comes, I might need you to help me gather the ingredient. If psychological alchemy provides the ingredients as well." The corners of her mouth curled up bit by bit. When you return to Bakeland from the southern continent, remember to bring me a local specialty as a gift. A super luxurious coffin that can be carried by 8 people? On the other side of the wall, Klein had the baffling urge to lampoon. Then, he stood up along the wall and sent Miss Justice back to the real world. After waving his hand to make the confessional vanish, he returned to the end of the long bronze table and sat at the seat belonging to the fool. On the table in front of him, on the right were the 3 cards of blasphemy, Black Emperor, Tyrant, and Red Priest. On the left was Creeping Hunger, which Leonard Mitchell had just sent back through Miss Messenger, Rionette Tinker. I owe Miss Messenger another 10,000 gold coins. Klein retracted his gaze and raised his right hand to rub his temples. In order to prevent Zangwill from escaping through the spirit world, he had communicated with Rionette Tinker before planning this murder. He got her to be in charge of banishing the spirit world creatures around Revival Square, and the price was still 10,000 gold coins. The only thing that surprised him was that 0-08 was more terrifying than he had imagined. With Zangwill suffering from the curse of God and being drained by King of Angels Adam, his first attempt had attracted an unknown creature that could break through Rionette Tinker's seal. If not for Daly Simone's forceful spirit channeling and establishing a contract, Zangwill might very well have escaped. Of course, with the curse of God on him, even if Zangwill were to successfully escape, there was a high chance that he would encounter other calamities in the future. For example, he might be thrown to a more dangerous place by the unknown creature, or he might be directly harmed. However, that wasn't within his control. Thinking of how he had to bear a debt of 10,000 gold coins, Klein felt a headache, but his mental state turned for the better. After going up the staircase of light to the top of the gray cloud and seeing the door of light and the cocoons, his mind suffered an impact like a flood that had broken through a dam. He felt that all his expectations had been shattered, and his mature outlook on the world, life, and values collapsed as a result. He became muddle-headed like a zombie. Thankfully, he still had his survival instincts, and he sought treatment from his private psychiatrist, Miss Justice Audrey, in a timely manner. Phew! Klein exhaled and forced himself to turn his thoughts back to the cocoons. And when he saw the scene, his instinctive reaction was, an extremely high-level existence, or a certain sealed artifact, had used different methods to capture a large number of people from Earth at the same time. Among them, there were people who had used the luck enhancement ritual, people who had bought strange silver tokens, and people whose phones had been infected with strange viruses. Then, the souls of these transmigrators were sealed in the cocoons and hung above the door of light, waiting for a certain opportunity to be sent into the real world. According to Klein's observations, the door of light didn't have any intelligence at the moment. It operated purely on instinct, which also meant that as long as the conditions were met, it would catalyze a cocoon and send the souls inside to a specific target's body. From the looks of it, Klein guessed that there were probably 2 conditions that needed to be met. First, there had to be no other transmigrators in front of him, or the transmigrator had been judged to have failed or died. Second, there had to be something, an item or a ritual's summoning, just like the black divination that Klein Moretti had done according to the Antigonus family's notebook. As for if there's anything else, I have no idea unless I find the corresponding content in Roselle the Great's diary. Combining all the aspects, my current theory should be very close to the truth. This way, it can explain why the Emperor and I were born in the same era on Earth, with a difference of less than a year. However, we were separated by more than 200 years when we transmigrated. It's because we transmigrated at the same time, but we were cast in different eras. Before entering the real world, the Emperor and I had been asleep for countless years. The brother from next door? Klein leaned back in his chair as his eyes shimmered before turning gloomy again. This was a rough judgment he had made based on the situation of the Door of Light, his own situation, and the Emperor's diary. Of course, this didn't mean that there were no other possibilities. However, at present, Klein couldn't find any other evidence to support his theory. For example, a cocoon might mean that a transmigrator had a life, but this conflicted with Klein's recovery becoming increasingly difficult, as well as the fact that his spirit body hadn't changed. And if his theory wasn't too far off from the truth, it meant that he had left Earth and transmigrated for at least 200 years, or even a few thousand years. Even if he found the path and method to return to Earth, he wouldn't be able to return to the home in his heart. Compared to the distance in space, the barrier of time was even more despairing. This was the reason why Klein's mental state had collapsed. Returning home had always been his ultimate goal. Miss Justice is right. There are still many problems that need to be resolved and explored. What's the meaning of hanging so many transmigrators at the door of light? What's the goal? Back then, who set up everything and pulled so many people over? Where have they gone now? The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? Klein tried his best to immerse himself into a state of thought so that he could find his future goal again. Unfortunately, he could only approach the door of light. He couldn't touch it, grasp it, or even see it clearly. He temporarily didn't have the ability to do any research, making it difficult for him to obtain the most direct information. I should consider seeking clues from the real world. Also, since I'm at sequence 4, I can ascend that gray cloud and see the door of light. Then, when I reach sequence 2, there will be another qualitative change. Does that mean that I'll be able to control the door of light to a certain extent and figure out the reason? I was infected by the 7 lights, the goddess, and Erodza's attitude. I nearly believed that I was really the owner of the gray fog, the great ruler above the spirit world. Now, from the looks of it, I'm just an experimental product that was randomly chosen. Once I fail, the next transmigrator will appear. Klein muttered to himself as he tapped the edge of the long bronze table. He was curious about something else. 3 shattered cocoons. One represented himself, one represented the Emperor, and the last represented someone else. Chapter 974. The first person Klein suspected was undoubtedly Elf King Sinaithrim. This ancient god had invented chopsticks, made blood curd, enjoyed eating animal innards, and was very good at using spices. The main contours, hair, and eyes of his descendants were similar to the Asians on Earth. Not only did Klein suspect that he was a transmigrator, Roselle the Great had the same feeling. Of course, after further investigations, Roselle eliminated such guesses from the aspects of linguistics, symbolic heritage, and folklore. Klein believed that cutlery like chopsticks, the hobby of eating offal, and the introduction of spices weren't exclusive traits. To a race that was close to nature, these were very likely to gradually appear in their daily lives. As for why the elves who grasped the sailor pathway were a race that was close to nature, Klein wasn't sure. All he could say was that it was described in the murals and texts they left behind. I once felt that it was unlikely for the Elf King to be a transmigrator, but after seeing the 3 broken cocoons, I wasn't so sure. Perhaps he's really from the same hometown. I can't eliminate the possibility that this ancient god isn't a transmigrator. It's possible that one of the surrounding high elves is. This can also allow the custom to be passed down in the name of the Elf King. Klein's fingers moved as he silently muttered to himself. Almost at the same time, he confirmed the direction of his investigations. In Roselle's travels, there was an elvish songster who served Queen Sinaithrim, Queen of Calamity Kohainum, Siadas. As long as I can enter her sea of collective subconscious, I should be able to see or come into contact with the elves and the ancient gods' memories. I can also use hypnosis to directly make her subconscious speak. The problem now is that I'm not good at such matters. The last time I tried to enter Roselle's subconscious, I ended up feeling restless and unable to calm down. Now, although I'm already a demigod, the craziness and the tendency to lose control that I need to resist are even more serious. Furthermore, my mental state won't be able to completely adjust for a long period of time. Forcefully channeling the spirit isn't suitable for such a situation. Such a target. Klein frowned slightly, feeling that he might need a mystical item at a relatively high level of the spectator pathway, or an assistant that was at least a hypnotist. He began to seriously consider the feasibility of getting Miss Justice's help. There's no problem with the operation. Entering as a spirit body above the gray fog won't prevent me from leaving. There's no need to worry about Miss Justice prying into the secret of a transmigrator. As long as Ciadas doesn't have any knowledge in this aspect, her subconscious and collective subconscious won't point to such a conclusion. As for me, I can find clues from the details they don't care about. The biggest problem is that Miss Justice doesn't have any adventuring experience. She lacks sufficient experience, and it's extremely dangerous for her to explore the sea of subconscious of ancient figures. She might encounter an ancient god's afterimage at any time. Once I lose the help of a psychiatrist, it'll be the same for me. Even if I want to get Miss Justice's help, I'll have to wait until she's a sequence 5. I'll use the increase in level to make up for the lack of experience. When the time comes, I'll first attempt to hypnotize Ciadas and see what I can obtain from her. If I don't obtain any valuable information, I'll consider entering a dream and delving deep into one's consciousness to step into that sea. By the way, the dream charm I'm creating isn't effective enough. I'm afraid I won't be able to sustain such a long exploration. Sigh, the goddess won't directly respond to such trivial matters. She'll give me a fixed feedback according to a fixed ritual. The corresponding Beyonder characteristics have all been returned to the church. Do I have to get Leonard to join me? I wonder if pulling someone at the spirit body level can avoid the attention of the grandpa in his body. I'll do some research over the next few days. Klein reined in his thoughts and considered his second suspect. This person didn't seem special, and he had never thought of him as a transmigrator. However, after calming his mind and calming down, Klein realized that many things that he viewed as common sense in the past weren't that simple after careful consideration. They contained indescribable horror. What he suspected was the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator. The 7 churches' respective holy scriptures have the shadows of Earth's Western religions. Their mass rituals are the same. According to Little Son's description, what Roselle the Great saw in Adam's chapel, and the contents of the murals in the ruins of the forsaken land of the gods, I can clearly tell that the main symbol of the ancient sun god is the cross. He named his children Adam and Ammon. The angels under him all have wings of light. At the very least, I haven't seen any from other pathways. It's unknown where he rose to prominence. He suddenly appeared in the late Second Epoch and killed many ancient gods, taking back many authorities. I didn't think much of these details in the past, but now that I think about it carefully, it's horrifying. Klein hissed, actually believing that the ancient sun god was more suspicious than the elf king, Saniathrim. His experiences were just too legendary. He was more like a protagonist of an era than Roselle the Great. Of course, his outcome was rather tragic. He was treated as a feast by the kings of angels around the divine throne and was eaten. No matter how tragic Roselle the Great was in the end, it wasn't to such an extent. Does this explain Ammon and Adam's attitude from another angle? They believe that the gray fog is related to their father, but due to their different pathways, they have different choices? Yes, there's a certain chance that Adam can't see the gray fog. He isn't a high-sequence beyonder of the Fate, Marauder, Seer, or Apprentice pathways. Klein nodded slightly. Based on these clues, he also had an investigation direction that didn't require him to make contact with important figures at the angel level. In Roselle's travels, there was an ascetic, snowman, who survived from the Third Epoch and served the ancient sun god. The problem returns to the previous point. There's nothing else worth suspecting for the time being. Klein slowly exhaled, reached out his right hand, and picked up the newly obtained card of blasphemy. Red Priest card. As spirituality was infused into it, the card emitted a scarlet glow, forming an illusory book the size of a palm. The pages of the book flipped, revealing vivid and colorful portraits of Roselle Gustave. He was either wearing a hunter's attire, raising his middle finger, walking between burning buildings, or standing behind a trap. He wore all sorts of clothes and did all sorts of things. Sequence 9, Hunter. Sequence 8, Provocateur. Sequence 7, Pyromaniac. Sequence 6, Conspirer. Sequence 5, Reaper. Sequence 4, Iron-Blooded Knight. Sequence 3, War Bishop. Sequence 2, Weather Warlock. Sequence 1, Conqueror. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Klein's gaze swept across the portraits the size of tarot cards, imprinting the contents on them into his mind. He wasn't surprised by this pathway's sequence 0 apotheosis ritual. In fact, he had long expected it. This was because Hermes had once told Roselle that the red in Red Priest referred to the red of war. Therefore, when he saw stirring a war that engulfs the entire continent and obtaining sufficient victory, Klein didn't feel any ripples in his heart. After covering the Red Priest card, he focused on thinking about the problem. His mental state improved to a certain extent. He rubbed his temples and finally felt exhausted. I'll set a short-term goal first. I'll find the mastermind behind the Great Smog of Bakeland. This is something that hasn't been completed yet. Yes, I'll continue the arms deal according to the plan. Once I get the money, I'll return to Bakeland. Now there are 2 clues. One is the captain of the Royal Guards, Viscount Stratford, and the other is the deputy director of MI9, Major General Conas Kilgore. Klein forcefully pulled himself together, planning to find something to do. Before leaving the gray fog, he threw the psychological medicine formula that Miss Justice had given him into the crimson star that symbolized the moon Emlyn. At the price of £1 per bottle, he got the vampire, who was good at concocting medicine, to prepare a week's supply for the world. Bakeland, inside the Odora family's villa. Emlyn White, who was waiting in the activity room, curled his lips and mumbled inwardly. It's only a total of £7. I really don't want to do it. If the world is careful, he can concoct it himself. He didn't raise any objections to the world's request, because he, who had spent £5,000 to buy the Sequence 5 artificial vampire Beyonder characteristic, only had £730 left in cash. At this moment, the middle-aged gentleman, Cosme, walked in. After exchanging a bow, this sanguine baron asked, "Emlyn, why did you suddenly come here?" Emlyn immediately felt a little guilty. He then recalled his previous experiences and the words of the hanging man and the world. He raised his chin slightly and replied in a seemingly casual manner, "I obtained a Sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar Beyonder characteristic. I wonder when the ritual will begin to make me a Viscount?" Cosme was taken aback as he asked in surprise, "I obtained a Sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar Beyonder characteristic. I wonder when the ritual will begin to make me a Viscount?" Cosme was taken aback as he asked in surprise, "You obtained a Sequence 5 Scarlet Scholar Beyonder characteristic? You obtained a Scarlet Scholar Beyonder characteristic?" Emlyn glanced at him and nodded with a faint smile. "Yes." He didn't explain how he had obtained the Beyonder characteristic, and he put on a "you don't need to know" attitude. Cosme opened his mouth and fell silent. After a few seconds he said, "That's right. Wait until the next full moon." He paused for a moment, then said, "I have something to talk to you about. My grandfather asked me to tell you that an important person will come to Bakeland soon. He wants to meet you." He? Emlyn's pupils instantly dilated. With how ancient the Sanguine had been since the Second Epoch, even with the Grade 0 sealed artifacts, the number of angel-level figures didn't exceed 5 fingers. P.S. The title of the book is I add point to everything. The male protagonist has obtained a point system, and the points he adds are all very strange and interesting. When he adds a point to a bolster, he gets a bolster that thinks it's a dog. When he adds a point to a swimming pool, he gets a pool deity that can be exchanged randomly. When he adds a point to a pen, he gets a stupid pencil that can only get 0 points. In any case, they were all strange and interesting superpowers and items. Chapter 975. Emlyn fell silent for 2 seconds, retracted his chin, and asked, "Yes? Who is it?" To him, although angels were worthy of respect, what really made him lower his head was that every important figure of the Sanguine who could be addressed as him was a witness and a person who had personally experienced the long history of their race. They were the source of his pride. "I'm not sure. In short, I'll inform you when the time comes." Cosmiodora shook his head. "Came for the ancestor's revelation? There are follow-up instructions? Why didn't the ancestor directly give me a revelation? It's more discreet this way. I'm the Sanguine she chose. Is this to avoid agitating Mr. Fool?" Questions flashed through Emlyn's mind as he answered them himself. Without another word, he put on his top hat and left the Odora family's villa. When he came to the door, he looked at the bright sun that the thin clouds couldn't block. Emlyn curled his lips in disdain, raised his hand to press down on the brim of his hat, lowered his head, and ran straight for the rental carriage at the end of the street. He mumbled inwardly, "Such weather really isn't suitable for going out. The ingredients for the medicine that world wants aren't rare. It can be concocted in 15 minutes. Yes, the ingredients that I previously ordered should be here today. The transaction that has been delayed by Miss Magicians for several days can be carried out." Bakeland, Sherwood Borough. Furs placed the glass bottles of medicine on the altar. Looking at the light blue or golden liquid, she felt a baffling sense of pleasure from shopping. It's even more tempting than cocktails. I wonder what flavor it is. It might feel better if I put some ice cubes in. Seriously, what am I thinking? These are all medicine. Furs spat at herself as she busily tidied up the room. After obtaining these healing medicines, she had already completed the preparations to head to the abandoned castle in Delaire Forest. All she needed to do was wait for Zio to return home. After tidying up all sorts of things, Furs slumped onto the sofa. As she picked up a few newspapers, she planned her itinerary for the day. "I'll set off at dusk. I should be able to reach the town at the edge of the forest by dinner time." Amidst her silent mumbling, Furs flipped to the newspaper, News at Sea. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and a familiar name appeared in her pupils. German Sparrow. This adventurer appeared at sea again and boarded the Black Tulip with a middle-aged man known as Death Consul. They killed Admiral Hell Ludwell and changed the composition of the 7 pirate admirals once again. Furs subconsciously patted her chest, not knowing what she was glad about. At this moment, she inexplicably felt that German Sparrow's experience was legendary enough to be written into a book. It's a pity that he's not someone who's easy to deal with. Otherwise, I could be a part-time biographer and write a book for him. Haha, if I really write German Sparrow, I'll definitely be targeted by the official Beyonders. Furs entertained herself as she heard the sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole. She looked up and saw Zio push open the door and enter the living room. So early? Furs was surprised. Zio ruffled the right side of her blonde hair. "I met up with MI9 again and accepted a mission." "What mission?" Furs sat up and asked out of curiosity. Zio casually threw her body onto the armchair. "Investigate the origins of the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow. According to the information provided by MI9, this terrifying Beyonder's name is fake. His identity documents are also fake, and the source is in Bakeland. They suspect that German Sparrow has another identity here, an accomplice or collaborator." Upon hearing the word accomplice, the corners of Furs's mouth twitched uncontrollably. She wished to tell Zio that MI9's guess was right. German Sparrow's accomplice was sitting opposite her. She coughed lightly and feigned calmness. Why are you investigating German Sparrow's origins? Did he do something again? Zio glanced at the stack of newspapers beside Furs. You haven't seen today's news at sea? German Sparrow killed Admiral Hell Ludwell and is known as the strongest adventurer of the 5 seas. By the way, the people from MI9 also told me that German Sparrow might very well believe in the secret existence known as the Fool. This is news that came from many channels. There are traces of the Aurora Order and the Rose School of Thought. I can prove this. They're right. Furs forced a smile. That sounds dangerous. Yes. Zio nodded. I only plan on gathering intelligence and not conducting in-depth investigations. Furs stopped mentioning this matter and said, That's right. Instead, she said, I've already prepared the medicine. Shall we head to Delaire Forest today? Zio had already become a Sequence 7 interrogator a few days ago. She had grasped a very useful ability, psychic piercing. All right. Zio stood up with great motivation. Let's set off now. Let's wait a little longer. I'm thinking of dusk. Furs replied with some resistance. She always wanted to drag things out until the very last moment. Before long, she was pulled out of her rented apartment by Zio with all sorts of items. She boarded a rental carriage and headed for the nearby subway entrance. Amidst a thunderous whistle, the huge steam locomotive dragged its black, meandering body into the platform and stopped under the illumination of the gas wall lamps on both sides. Furs and Zio stood outside a carriage, patiently waiting for the passengers in front to come out. Suddenly, they saw 2 red gloves. The owner of this pair of red gloves was a man in his 30s who wore a white shirt and a black trench coat. His collar was raised extremely high, covering his chin and lips. He had a pair of dark green eyes, and his sideburns were golden brown. In his hand was a silver case that was wide and large enough to hold a violin. Furs and Zio exchanged looks as they lowered their eyes and stared at the tips of their shoes. As a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Evernights Nighthawks, one of the 22 powerful figures in the upper echelons of the church, and a member of the Red Gloves Triumvirate, Crestet Casimir wasn't a person who cared about ostentation. He liked to travel alone and take the transportation of commoners, acting like an ordinary member of the church. After changing to another subway line and arriving in Northborough, he boarded a rental carriage and went all the way to St. Samuel Cathedral to meet the Archbishop of the Bacolod Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson. After exchanging greetings and praising the goddess, Casimir found a seat and sat down before saying, I'll be troubling you for the next period of time. The clean-faced Archbishop Anthony, who was dressed in a black and red robe, also sat down. He deliberated and said, It has something to do with Insanguil's matter? Yes. Casimir nodded slightly. The Holy See wants me to inform you that another servant of the goddess, the matron of the Evernight cloister, Ma'am Ariana, will be coming to Bacolod soon. This ascetic was ranked first among the 13 archbishops. Without waiting for St. Anthony to ask, he explained in detail. Ma'am Ilya learned a lot of important information from Insanguil's remnant spirit, including the fact that he was used by 0-08 to escape due to mental problems, as well as the details of his cooperation with the royal family and the Demonist sect. After plotting the Great Smog, Insanguil suffered a backlash from 0-08 and was possessed by the Red Angel evil spirit that survived from the Fourth Epoch. He headed to the southern continent alone and attempted to set up a trap to hunt Ma'am Ilya. The most important point is that Insanguil has a very important underground ruin in his memories. It's in the northwestern suburbs of Bacolod, at a certain point before the Tussock River flows into this region. My mission is to find that ruin. St. Anthony listened quietly and asked thoughtfully, What's the matter? Insanguil doesn't know the exact location? He hasn't been there? Casimir shook his head. He has entered before, but it was always under the guidance of others. He doesn't have any key information. St. Anthony grunted and asked, What's the matter? Have you figured out which group of royal family members are working with in Zangwill? No. Crestet Casimir paused for a moment and said, according to normal logic, regardless of whether the collaborator is disguised or not, since they have met before, there will definitely be the corresponding memory fragments. However, there are no traces of this in Zangwill's spirit body. It's as though it never existed. Perhaps it's the influence of the contract. And for a Sequence 4 demigod to be completely helpless against it, the source of the contract's power is worth paying attention to. Saint Anthony nodded slightly. He thought for a moment and said, the telegram from before didn't describe much. The telegram from before didn't describe much. I don't know the exact details. Who killed Zangwill? Crestet Casimir slowly exhaled. A name you will never believe, Klein Moretti. The Nighthawk member who died in the line of duty during the Tingen incident? The wrinkles on Anthony's forehead deepened. Yes, that's what Ilya reported. No one knows why Klein Moretti, who was only a Sequence 8 back then, came back to life, or why he was able to kill Zangwill, who was a demigod and wielded 0-08, in less than a year. At this point, Casimir's expression turned a little odd. The Holy See has instructed us to keep this information strictly confidential. We are not to divulge it to anyone other than the Archbishop and high-ranking deacons. Furthermore, we are not to investigate Klein Moretti. Just treat it as though he has always been lying in his grave. Saint Anthony was silent for a few seconds. He seemed to recall something and nodded indiscernibly. He nodded indiscernibly and said, perhaps this is a blessed of the goddess. Casimir suddenly looked up at Saint Anthony as though he was a lunatic. His lips quivered a few times, but he ultimately didn't say a word. Anthony didn't continue the topic. He glanced at the door and said solemnly, your mission might require a lot of investigations. This requires sufficient manpower. Yes, Sostel's team has already completed their mission in the southern continent. I'll get them to rush back as soon as possible and listen to your arrangement. All right. Crestet Casimir had no objections. Rest for a day before returning to Bakeland? Leonard looked up at his captain, Sostel. Sostel looked at him, who had been silent for quite some time, with pity. He nodded and said, yes. After watching the spirit warlock leave his room, Leonard sighed silently and leaned back against the wall. At this moment, a dark red beam of light surged out from his eyes, completely drowning him out. Chapter 976. By the time Leonard reacted, towering stone pillars had already appeared in front of him. They stood above the endless grayish-white fog, propping up a magnificent palace that looked like a giant's residence. His green eyes were in a daze. After being stunned for a second, Leonard realized that he had unknowingly sat at the side of a long, mottled bronze table. Beside him and opposite him were high-backed chairs that exuded a dignified feeling. And at the very end of the long mottled table, a figure was shrouded in thick gray fog. He leisurely leaned back in his chair, as though he was looking down at everything in the world. The moment this figure entered Leonard's eyes, he felt as though he had boarded a liner and was facing an abyss with no end or bottom. Or perhaps he had walked out of the city and arrived in the suburbs, looking up at the towering mountains that pierced through the clouds. In the blink of an eye, thoughts flashed through Leonard's mind. He had a rough guess of his situation, and as a beyonder of the church, a believer who believed in the true existence of deities, he couldn't resist the feelings in his heart. He subconsciously wanted to leave his seat and worship the existence in front of him. The might of a deity was like a mountain or a sea. Just as Leonard stood up, he was pressed back down by an invisible force. Following that, a low and calm voice echoed in his ears. There's no need to go through so much trouble. You can address me as Mr. Fool. The Fool, indeed. Leonard's heart, which was originally filled with fear of the unknown, immediately calmed down. Although he was still worried about what would happen next, he was no longer as perturbed, restless, and thirsty. He got up halfway, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed. "Honorable Mr. Fool, why did you summon me here?" As a nighthawk with many years of experience, and as a red glove who had participated in many major cases, Leonard knew how dangerous it was to establish a connection with a secret existence. He knew that he was beginning to slide from the edge of the abyss, and there was no chance of salvation. The moment he decided to recite the fool's honorific name, he could foresee a tragic outcome, but for the sake of revenge, he made the choice regardless of the consequences. However, humans had an instinct for survival. Thinking of how Klein Moretti, who believed in the fool, was still alive and had even become a demigod, Leonard couldn't help but feel a sliver of hope. At that moment, he heard the fool, who was shrouded in gray fog, chuckle. "Since you asked me for help, then according to the principle of equivalent exchange, you must give something in return." Leonard's body trembled as he lowered his head even further. "What do you want?" After a short pause, the fool's voice sounded again. "Don't worry. Maybe I'll ask you to do something in the future and help some people. Sit down." Leonard slowly heaved a sigh of relief, sat down, and looked around. "Did he, Klein Moretti, come here like me?" The fool in the gray fog said in a monotonous tone, "That's right. In a different way." Different way. Indeed, Klein didn't enter this place by reciting the honorific name. He became a believer of Mr. Fool through the guidance of the death consul, Aztec Eggers. Leonard couldn't help but look around again and discovered that there were a total of 22 high-back chairs around the long modeled table. 22 Beyonder pathways, and its 22 tarot cards. The Fool. Just as Leonard had a guess, he heard Mr. Fool chuckle. "Apart from you, there are other living beings that have been pulled here for various reasons. They earnestly requested that I convene regular gatherings to exchange information, buy and sell ingredients, formulas, and help each other. This will help them quickly advance and become high-sequence Beyonders. This is a little different from the secret organization I imagined using tarot cards as code names. It's rather loose. What's Mr. Fool's goal in agreeing to such a request?" Ever since he arrived at the ancient palace above the gray fog, Leonard's mind had been highly tense. It made his thoughts a lot sharper than usual as he thought of many questions. After successfully exacting his revenge, he had actually felt depressed and empty for a while, as though he had lost his goal in life. However, he quickly pulled himself together. This was because Daly's death had told him that he wasn't strong enough. If he wanted to reduce the number of casualties among his companions in future missions, he had to raise himself to at least sequence 4 and become a demigod. Therefore, the fool's words had stirred his heart. He felt that this was an opportunity. At the same time, he also believed that by joining the gathering and gaining a deeper understanding of the internal situation of this secret organization, it would help him avoid the dangers of establishing a connection with the fool to the greatest extent possible. After some deliberation, Leonard asked, "Is Klein Moretti also a member of the regular gathering? Is Klein Moretti also a member of that regular gathering?" The fool casually answered, "Is Klein Moretti also a member of the regular gathering?" The fool casually answered, "Yes. Yes." Leonard fell silent for a second. "Honorable Mr. Fool, can I join that regular gathering?" The fool, who was shrouded in the gray fog, said with a smile, "Sure. But when you return, remember to mention this matter to Palaz Zoroast. Don't attempt to hide it from him. Old man is really an angel. It's no wonder the fate siphon charm is so magical." Although Leonard had some knowledge of it, he couldn't help but be astonished after receiving Mr. Fool's confirmation. He hesitated for a moment. Why must I tell Palaz Zoroast? Although he had a good relationship with Palaz Zoroast and had established a certain level of trust, he was still rather wary. The reason why he had taken the initiative to make the request was because he hoped that by joining Mr. Fool's secret gathering, he could balance out the potential danger brought about by the ancient parasite. He then heard Mr. Fool laugh. Many a time, deterrence is more useful than combat. Deterrence is more useful than combat. That's right. Forcing a balance might agitate old man regardless. The final battlefield will definitely be within my body. It's extremely disadvantageous to me, and deterrence can make him understand the situation. Even if he has ill intentions, he will think of another solution and another way out. Leonard lowered his head in enlightenment. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have no more questions. At the end of the long bronze table, the fool conjured a deck of tarot cards and raised his hand to point. They each chose a tarot card as their code name. You can also draw one. The cards with owners have already been eliminated from this list. As expected, tarot cards are used as code names. Leonard exhaled and couldn't help but ask another question. Which card did Klein Moretti draw? World, the fool said casually. That's him, but also not him. What does that mean? Leonard didn't dare to ask further. He stretched out his right hand and drew a card from the deck. After flipping it open, he saw a sky filled with stars and the goddess pouring holy water. The star card. This didn't match Leonard's taste, but since he had completed the ritual under Mr. Fool's witness, he had no choice but to accept it. Go back. There's a gathering every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, Bakelin time. The fool, who was shrouded in the grey fog, raised his hand and made the hurriedly bowing Leonard disappear from the ancient palace. The fool Klein chuckled and flipped all the tarot cards to face up. They had the same image, the same sky filled with stars. Every single one of them was a star card. After laughing for a while, Klein cast his gaze back at the crimson star representing Leonard. Back when he attempted to pull the poet above the grey fog, he had made careful observations ahead of time and discovered that there was a blob of light hidden in Leonard Mitchell's body. The blob of light seemed to be formed from countless ringed worms, and it was hidden deep within his soul body. This made Klein confirm that Pallas Zoroast was only at the initial stages of parasitizing. He didn't control Leonard's body of heart and mind, astral projection, ether body, and body of flesh and blood. And after advancing to a demigod, he had a deeper grasp of the mysterious space above the grey fog. He could no longer target the soul as a whole when pulling someone. He could effectively divide and choose them. Therefore, Klein decided not to touch Leonard's soul body and only pulled his astral projection above the grey fog. This could prevent him from agitating Pallas Zoroast or bringing him into the mysterious space. Of course, this sequence one angel of the Marauder pathway would definitely be able to sense what was happening, and the ability of Beyonders of the Evernight pathway to enter the dreams of others stemmed from the astral projection, so it didn't affect Leonard's ability to do what he was good at in this mysterious space. I hope he can slowly extricate himself from Pallas Zoroast's parasitism. Klein suddenly sighed. The reason why he allowed Leonard to enter the tarot was to help this teammate gradually become stronger, allowing him to escape the shadow that Pallas Zoroast left behind. If the Marauder pathway angel didn't have any ill intentions, he could get Leonard to help him, hide from Amon and help him recover. Otherwise, he could force him to find another parasitizing target. Retracting his gaze, Klein thought for a moment before throwing the Hunter Pathways Sequence 6 Conspire Potion formula into the dot of light representing Donna's. Then, he instructed him in the tone of a German sparrow to leave the southern continent and return to the Golden Dream. Hunting black spiders' compound eyes, lion-bodied brain. Donna's recalled what he had seen in a daze as he stood up in delight. He decided to immediately bid farewell to Anderson Hood and flee the dangerous southern continent. When he arrived outside the Fog Sea's strongest hunter's room, he knocked gently and saw the wooden door open. Anderson hadn't closed the door. Donnas was surprised as he hurriedly cast his gaze over, only to see Anderson holding a dagger and gesturing at his stomach. P.S. I went to celebrate Chinese Valentine's Day yesterday. Ahem, I'll update later. Chapter 977. Donnas jumped in fright as he blurted out, "Sorry about that. Sorry to disturb." Before he finished his sentence, He had already extended his hand to grab the handle and dragged the door towards him. Bang! The wooden door closed in front of him, producing a sound that echoed through the corridor. At this moment, Donnez finally reacted. What was I doing just now? What is Anderson doing? He reflexively took off the black boxing glove, frowned, and thought hard for a moment. Finally, he decided to return to his room, pack his luggage, and prepare to leave. As for what Anderson was up to, although he was curious, he had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. He planned on not getting involved to prevent himself from falling into a trap. Captain said that I have to be respectful towards the unknown, so I have to stay a little further away. Just as Donnez was about to turn around, he suddenly heard the sound of a lock being twisted. He saw the wooden door open. Anderson, whose shirt was unbuttoned, walked out with the pitch-black dagger in hand. He looked at Donnez with a complicated expression. "Aren't you going to try to stop me?" Donnez acutely sensed an opportunity to mock him as he immediately chuckled. "That's your freedom. If you didn't make a will, I'd be rich." Anderson raised his hand to rub his cheeks. "Aren't you curious about what happened to me?" Donnez looked at him suspiciously. "I have a nagging feeling that you're up to something." Anderson laughed and said, It's like this. I was previously captured and placed in strange blood that was soaked in various materials. After a long period of corrosion, they formed a strange cocoon in my body. This will attract high-sequence beyonders of the hunter pathway to a certain extent. As he spoke, he pointed to his abdomen. Donnez was taken aback when he heard that. "I've never heard of such a thing. If you were a different gender, I might think that you're pregnant." He paused for a moment. "That strange fellow from Revival Square was attracted by the baby in your stomach, no, the cocoon?" Seeing Anderson nod in affirmation, Donnez gestured with his hands. "Did you want to cut open your abdomen and take out the cocoon?" Anderson replied sincerely, "Yes, I'm worried that it will affect my body or attract more demigods. I plan to quickly get rid of this hidden danger." Donnez thought for a moment and asked doubtfully, "Then why don't you try again? You forgot to make a will and want me to be your witness?" Anderson's cheeks twitched as he chuckled. "Not bad. Your provoker potion should have been completely digested." He sighed and said, "That's right. After careful analysis, I believe that it was impossible to take it out directly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to soak me in the plasma and let the materials corrode me bit by bit. They could have cut open my abdomen, put the cocoon inside, and sew it up." Without waiting for Donnez to respond, he said while thinking, "Don't you have German Sparrow's contact information? He's experienced a lot and has a lot of knowledge. I wish to seek his advice on how to resolve similar problems." In the past few months, Dannitz had been very afraid of being told that he was related to German Sparrow. He subconsciously retorted, "That's right." He subconsciously retorted, "No. Ever since he left the Golden Dream, I've never seen him again." The corners of Anderson's mouth curled up. "Back when you were writing to German Sparrow, I was beside him and saw his messenger." Donna's expression froze. After a few seconds, he forced a smile. "Then why didn't you directly summon his messenger?" Anderson raised his hand once again and touched his throat. He chuckled and said, "That's right." He chuckled and said, "I don't know the ritual to summon his messenger." Donna still felt that Anderson was up to no good. He wasn't willing to let Anderson confirm that he was in frequent contact with German Sparrow. Instead, he suggested, "Actually, you can seek help from our captain on such matters. She's knowledgeable and good at research. She has grasped many mystic arts, and she can also seek help from the Church of the God of Wisdom. She should be able to provide a solution to the cocoon in your abdomen. Haha, if you're embarrassed, I can help you talk to her." Just as he said that, he saw the smile on Anderson's face brighten. He heard Anderson quickly reply, "That's right." He heard Anderson quickly reply, "All right, let's do that. I've already packed my luggage. When can we set off?" Donnez was stunned for a few seconds. He had a nagging feeling that he had been scammed by Anderson again. He returned to his room and finished the rest of his beer. He quickly threw the miscellaneous items into his luggage, leaving behind a dried leaf with golden patterns. This was a keepsake that Donnez had used to establish contact with the Northern States leader, General Maysanchez's subordinates. According to German Sparrow's instructions, he had left the leaf in his room for the person in charge to handle. Inside the room that Donnez had retreated from, a candle was suddenly lit as a scarlet flame rose more than 2 meters tall. Amidst the flames, a figure walked out. He was wearing a silk top hat and a black suit. His sideburns were white, and his blue eyes were deep. He had a mature bearing and outstanding looks. He was none other than Klein, who had transformed into Don Dantes. After picking up the dried leaf with golden patterns, Klein left the hotel and circled around the sealed Revival Square. He arrived at the core of Kukua City, White Feather Square. General Maysanchez's residence was located here, beside a death cathedral that led downwards. As a standard Rouen gentleman, he felt a sense of incongruity when he walked through the city. There were very few foreigners here, and they could only be seen around Celebration Square where the embassies were located. The rest of the places were basically filled with locals from Balam. Their skin was brown, their hair was black and curly, and their facial features were soft. In the eyes of many people from the northern continent, people of the same gender only differed in height and weight. These locals, be it men or women, liked to smoke East Balam cigarettes that were made from dried tobacco leaves wrapped in herbs. Along the way, Klein would occasionally see residents puffing out smoke by the roadside. In addition, a large number of them would hang a fruit known as dalawa by their waist. This fruit was the size of 2 fists, and its skin was extremely thick. After digging out a tiny hole and eating the flesh, it could be used to store water, alcohol, and all sorts of beverages. According to Klein's observations, most of what they drank was orange-yellow water. It was sour with a hint of sweetness that quenched thirst and was extremely refreshing. I didn't even have the chance to try it before. Klein mumbled and found the guard on duty at the general's residence. He requested to meet a man named Haggis. Due to his Rouen appearance and gentlemanly attire, the guard didn't reject him or make things difficult for him. One of them went in and called out a man who wasn't in his 30s. The man's facial features and skin color were standard Balam, but his slightly curly black hair was pulled straight and neatly combed back, as though he was imitating the upper echelons of the various countries in the northern continent. He was wearing a white shirt, a black vest, and a very formal bow tie. The moment he saw Don Dantes, he said in standard Rouen, "Good afternoon. I'm Haggis. It's an honor to meet you." His accent was a little fast, and it was different from any language spoken in Rouen. Klein had lived in high society for some time after all, so he wasn't surprised when he heard that. He smiled and said, "Good afternoon. I'm Don Dantes. I never expected to meet a gentleman who's adept at using Rouen's aristocratic accent here." Haggis couldn't hide his smile. Many children of Rouen's aristocratic families have come to East and West Balam in search of opportunities. I was fortunate enough to learn the language from a few of them. Oh, I might know some of them. Klein wasn't in a rush to discuss business as he exchanged pleasantries with him in a gentlemanly manner. Haggis smiled. "My friend, Colonel Alfred Hall. He's the second son of an earl." "Hall." Klein chuckled. "I once met Earl Hall at a charity gala. He's a true aristocrat. This world sure is small." Haggis nodded in agreement. "Perhaps it's fate. Unfortunately, Alfred was transferred to East Balam last year." He didn't say anything else as he immediately invited Don Dantes into the general's residence. When he passed through the side door, Klein suddenly looked up and saw the colorful glass pieces embedded in the door frame. The glass pieces shimmered with different glows under the sunlight, as though they were moving lines of sight. P.S. The number of words is a little short. It'll be normal tomorrow. Chapter 978. Klein naturally retracted his gaze. With his golden-laid cane in hand, he followed closely behind Haggis and entered the general's residence. The architectural style didn't have any of the southern continent's characteristic. It didn't control the lighting, making the interior appear gloomy, nor did it boldly use a small number of human bones as decorations. It gave off a strong sense of impact. Instead, it looked more like a transplant from a mansion in the northern continent. Furthermore, it had an indelible tint of intis. Every pillar was covered in gold leaf, and the murals on the walls were painted in warm colors. They were surrounded by golden sculptures, and a magnificent spiral staircase descended from above. It connected all 4 floors and landed in the middle of the hall, facing the door. It was extremely imposing. I have to say that a country led by the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun is truly at the forefront of the world when it comes to the art of gold. It doesn't feel like a nouveau riche at all. Klein's gaze swept across the staircase's handrails and the middle of the pillar. He resisted the urge to reach out and touch it. Looking at the guards standing on both sides, he casually found a topic and said to Haggis, "Colonel Alfred Hall seems to be at the forefront of the world when it comes to the art of gold. Colonel Alfred Hall seems to have made contributions in West Balham as well?" Haggis nodded sincerely and said in a Rouen aristocratic tone, "He's a determined and brave man. He's a determined and brave man. He once led a special combat team of more than 30 people to launch a surprise attack on Ince's 1,000-man army, completely defeating them. I heard that he had made numerous meritorious contributions in East Balham, becoming a colonel in his 20s. Sounds impressive. Miss Justice's brother might have already become a Beyonder, and not a low one at that. In a large aristocratic family, there should be a number of members in every generation who take the path of a Beyonder. After this Mr. Alfred experiences all sorts of hardships and finally achieves his goal, becoming a Beyonder of a relatively high sequence, obtaining the rank of Brigadier General or Major General. When he returns to Bakeland, he might sadly realize that he can't even beat his sister's dog. Klein, who had drunk some medicine before heading out, silently lampooned to adjust his mental state. He didn't ask about Alfred and instead said in a puzzled tone, "I discovered that there are certain differences between West Balham and East Balham's customs. I noticed that there's a certain difference between West Balham and East Balham's customs. Here, many houses have human bone decorations, but East Balham doesn't. I've been here many times. I've had this question for a long time, but I was too embarrassed to ask it." Haggis stopped and pointed at the grandiose staircase opposite him. "Mr. Dantes, please wait a few minutes. The general will be here soon." After settling the important matters, he chuckled. The custom of using human bones isn't common. Only the territories under the royal family during the Balham Empire retain this custom. To us, the death of a loved one doesn't mean that our interactions with them have ended. Before burial, we will take out a piece of bone from their corpse and place it at home as a decoration to show that the dead are with the living. The specific bone to choose will be decided by the priest who presides over the funeral through the ceremony. The best and most symbolic bone is the skull. Some families will even make a wine cup out of the skull and only use it when entertaining the most distinguished guests. Mr. Dantes, if we can reach a deal this time, I'd like to invite you to my house as a guest. I'd like to use my grandfather's skull to fill it with finest wine to show my respect." Klein's expression nearly froze. He felt that he really didn't know how to do as the Romans do in this aspect. He chuckled and was just about to brush off Haggis when he saw a figure slowly walk down the golden staircase. The figure wasn't wearing a hat. He was dressed in a black military uniform with shimmering golden buttons. His sash was as red as blood. His skin was light brown, and his facial contours were soft. His facial features didn't give off the impression that they were tightly squeezed in the middle of his face, making his protruding face appear larger than a normal person's. Having obtained information from various sources, Klein instantly recognized him as the actual ruler of Westbalam's northern state, the self-proclaimed General Sanchez. On the surface, he was swinging between Rouen, Intis, Faisac, Fainapotter, and the resistance, maintaining a balance. However, he had secretly obtained the support of the charismatic order's royal family. At the same time, Klein suspected that this native general had established a stable relationship with the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. As for Sanchez's strength, be it Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina or Admiral of Stars Catlia, they had labeled him as a Sequence 5. However, they didn't mention which pathway he was from. This was because the powers this native general displayed were mostly related to spirits, but he had a mystical item from the death pathway. "Good afternoon, Your Excellency." Klein took off his hat, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed. At that moment, he felt an unknown gaze staring at him. They were the light that flashed from the golden angel statue, the sunlight reflected from the stained glass, and the light reflected from the glossy marble. "Hello, Mr. Dantes," Sanchez replied in Deutonese. Klein, who had grasped Deutonese with the help of his marionette, naturally understood it. However, the longer he spent in the southern continent and East and West Balam, the more he felt that Deutonese and ancient Faisac had similarities. Although the two languages undoubtedly belonged to different systems, making it extremely difficult for him to learn Deutonese, certain details were astonishingly similar, as though they had a common source. The only thing Klein could confirm was that the source wasn't Jotun. Pretending not to notice anything, he very naturally began chatting with Sanchez until he took the initiative to raise the issue of arms deals. "How much do you have in total?" Klein smiled. "It won't be a problem to equip 3,000 to 4,000 people. In addition, there are a few cannons." Sanchez fell silent for a moment before saying, "Name your price." "Name your price." Klein deliberated for a moment before saying, "Name your price." "If you want me to deliver the goods to the northern state, the price will be £50,000. If you send a team to retrieve the goods with me and be responsible for the subsequent transportation and safety, it will only be £40,000. Sanchez thought for a moment. "The latter. Take the deposit and bring my men with you. When you see the goods and move them onto the carriage, my men will pay the rest." He paused and added, "However, I don't have that many Rouen pounds. I don't have enough foreign reserves." Klein surveyed the area and smiled nonchalantly. "You can pay me directly in gold coins, or even gold bars or brick." Sanchez was rather decisive and didn't beat around the bush. He nodded and said, "Deal. I'll get Haggis to bring men and money to you tomorrow." Sanchez was rather decisive and didn't beat around the bush. He nodded and said, "Deal. Not bad, I like doing business with such people who don't bargain." Klein first heaved a sigh of relief before he began to wonder if his asking price was too low. "Not bad. I like doing business with such people who don't bargain." Klein first heaved a sigh of relief before suspecting if his offer was too low. "Your Excellency Luca, is this the person you're waiting for?" A figure slowly appeared on the upper level of the gorgeous staircase. It was an elder dressed in a white robe with brass threads. His hair was completely white, but it was combed neatly. His grayish-green eyes were so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. He replied in an unhurried manner, "I can't be sure. I can't be sure. Although my prophecy tells me that I'll meet someone who can resolve my future predicament here, in the next 2 days, that person was just too ordinary. Apart from being a beyonder, there's nothing worth describing about him. Of course, I can't see the deeper truth behind him. Perhaps there's an existence hiding behind him that isn't inferior to me." Having said that, he slowly walked down and said after a few seconds, "I'll attempt to use a dream to see if I can discover more." After saying that, he slowly walked down and said after a few seconds, "I'll attempt to use a dream to see if I can discover more." "Do I need to prepare a special room for you?" Sanchez asked respectfully. Luca shook his head. Let's do it in this activity room. The best time is 4 hours from now. Don't disturb me before that. He then entered the room and sat down. He leaned back on the sofa, relaxed his body, closed his eyes, and fell silent. Only when the sky gradually turned dark did the old man truly fall asleep. In his dream, he found himself standing in the main hall of the general's residence. He was standing on the first step of the gorgeous staircase. Beside him were May Sanchez, Haggis, and many guards. The middle-aged man named Don Dantes stood opposite him as the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into an exaggerated smile. Flames soared, and poker cards fell from the sky one after another. Luca's grayish-green eyes darkened as Don Dantes's body immediately fell into a strange darkness. The old man in the white robe spread out his arms, revealing a dark vortex at his chest. The vortex expanded and swallowed Don Dantes. Before Luca could confirm the situation, he suddenly sensed something as he turned his head to the side. He saw May Sanchez's face squirm as his body elongated, instantly turning into another Don Dantes. Almost at the same time, Haggis and all the guards present grew Don Dantes's face as they cast their gazes at Luca. Luca jolted awake. Under the gaze of May Sanchez, who had entered at some point in time, he was stunned for 2 seconds before he said in a deep voice, "I have to meet that gentleman personally. I have to personally meet that Mr. and the demigod behind him." Before he could finish his sentence, he subconsciously turned his head and looked out the window. At that moment the street lamps were already lit. The sky was dark, and the crimson moon was strangely dyed with the color of blood. Another blood moon. Thankfully there's Mr. Fool. Aren't there too many blood moons this year? It's only been 2 months since the last one. I wasn't prepared at all. Furs, who was sitting up, wiped her cold sweat and silently muttered to herself. She had already arrived at the town at the edge of Delaire Forest and checked into an inn. She shared a room with Zio and planned on doing a preliminary investigation of the abandoned castle the next morning. To her surprise, she encountered a blood moon just as she was about to rest. At that moment, she seemed to recall something as she stiffly turned her head to the side. Zio, who claimed to be sleeping early, had already woken up at some point in time. She opened her eyes and looked at her. Chapter 979. Furz's gaze met Zio's in midair, but no one said a word. After a while, Furz laughed dryly. "Haha, you weren't asleep?" Zio frowned bit by bit. "What happened to you just now?" "Nothing. Didn't I tell you before? Every full moon, my condition isn't too good. It's even worse during the blood moon," Furz replied, feigning normality. Zio sized her up and pulled the blanket over her. "I remember you brought medicine for sleeping? I don't need it for now. I've already adjusted." Seeing that Zio didn't press further, Furz secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Sleep, sleep. We still have to wake up early tomorrow to enter the forest." Zio didn't say a word as she flipped over, hugged the blanket, and closed her eyes. Not long after, her breathing became heavier, long and even. Furz stared at the ceiling in a daze as her thoughts ran wild. At some point in time, she fell asleep as well. At noon the next day, in the core region of Delaire Forest, in front of an ancient castle that had mostly collapsed and was covered in green vines, Furz wiped the sweat from her forehead and heaved a long sigh of relief. "We're finally here," Zio shot a glance at her. "The hotel's boss told me that it would only take 2 hours to reach here." They had set off before 6 in the morning and had spent nearly 7 hours on the journey. The corners of Furz's mouth twitched. The theoretical situation is different from the actual situation. We don't even have a path towards the end. We need to figure it out and open it up ourselves. Zio took out her trident and nodded. "You should have foreseen such a situation from the very beginning, but you still rejected the hotel's boss's suggestion to recommend a guide. As an astrologer, I don't believe such trivial matters will cause any trouble. Look, aren't we already here? Besides, the time is perfect." The wraiths and ghosts are definitely in their weakest state. Firs, who forced a smile, held Lamino's travels in one hand and pointed ahead with the other. I didn't realize it before, but the more I think about it, the more puzzled I become. Puzzled about what? Zio cast her gaze at the abandoned castle that was nearly covered in vines. Firs casually found an excuse. Tell me, who would build a castle in the middle of a forest? Furthermore, they haven't opened a direct path to this place yet. Before she could finish her sentence, she really felt that this was a little strange. Zio thought for a moment. Perhaps there was originally a road, but as the castle was abandoned, the long passage of time washed away all traces of the road. Firs tucked her hair behind her ear and shook her head. Then why give up? If safety considerations had been taken into account when it was first built, it would have been even more dangerous to be in the middle of the uninhabited forest far away from the cities. If it was a vacation, with the style of the nobles, no matter how difficult the repairs and maintenance would be, they wouldn't give up. Zio blurted out. Because of the haunting? Firs pondered for a few seconds. How can a person who can afford to build a large castle not hire beyonders to deal with the haunting? I suspect that the three churches and the kingdom's government don't know about this ancient castle. Otherwise, there's no reason for them to let go of the beyonder ingredients inside. At this point, she raised a possibility. An ancient castle of the vampires? Such beyonder creatures liked to live in deserted places. Furthermore, they were often associated with buildings like eerie ancient castles. In addition, the information on this ancient castle was provided by the Sanguine. It's possible. Zio first agreed before raising a different opinion. Would the Sanguine be afraid of ghosts? They definitely have the ability to deal with the ancient wraiths here. Makes sense. Don't the Sanguine like money and don't mind the search for beyonder ingredients? Thinking about Mr. Moon's performance, she denied her own guess and deliberated before saying, "That's right." She deliberated and said, "Unless there's some other trouble that's not easy to resolve here, making high-level beyonders choose to circle around it." If that was the case, her actions would be more dangerous than she had expected. Zio tersely acknowledged. Let's immediately do some preliminary explorations while the sunlight is strong. All right. With Lamino's travels in hand, Firs approached the half-collapsed ancient castle. The two of them quickly arrived at the entrance that was two-thirds blocked by rock. They discovered that under the green vines, the stone walls were mottled and heavily weathered. It was as though they had existed for a very, very long time. Zio wasn't in a rush to enter. Instead, she called out to Firs and circled the ancient castle slowly. When she returned to the entrance, she asked in puzzlement, "This castle style is purely defensive. It doesn't seem to consider the problem of living in it. Furthermore, there are many architectural features that I've never heard of. It likely existed before the late Fourth Epoch, or even earlier. What's there to defend here? Orcs? Treants? They were nearly extinct after the cataclysm. Haha, could this be a second epoch or third epoch building?" Firs replied in passing. She observed the terrain and left the entrance with Zio. She came in front of a relatively intact wall, extended her palm and pressed it down. Although she lacked combat experience, she was rather proficient in the various matters before a battle. The illusory scene in front of them changed as Firs and Zio entered the abandoned ancient castle. The first thing they saw was a collapsed staircase with layers of superstructure wreckage. Pure sunlight that shone in from above, as well as the ground that only had bricks and rotten wood. There wasn't any beast or bird feces or any green weed. A howling wind blew past. Even though it was noon, it emitted a bone-chilling coldness. Firs activated her spirit vision and slowly surveyed the area, but she didn't see any spirit body creatures. However, she noticed that on the right side of the rubble, there was a rather intact stone staircase. The staircase was mottled and extended all the way down. It was unknown where it led to. "Let's go take a look?" Firs glanced at Zio and raised her suggestion. From her point of view, the other parts of the ancient castle could either be seen clearly at a glance, or there were layers of collapsed objects. If they planned on carefully investigating it, it would definitely take a considerable amount of time. Therefore, it was better to figure out the overall layout first to have some confidence. Zio looked around and nodded gently. The cold winds are gathering underground. I suspect that all the wraiths and ghosts are hiding in the place where the staircase leads to. Okay. Furs carefully walked towards the mottled stone staircase. She walked down the staircase that was littered with gravel. The staircase was rather narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Furthermore, it was the kind that spiraled deeper. It left Furs feeling a little apprehensive. Tap, tap, tap. As their footsteps reverberated, the light in the staircase dimmed. Zio lit up the lantern in her hand as Furs opened Lamino's Travels. Her fingers skimmed across one of the pages in a well-practiced manner. A bright and warm light leaped out of thin air, illuminating the mottled staircase ahead. Furs and Zio tensed up as they walked down one level after another. Along the way, cold winds would blow, making them overreact a few times. They nearly attacked an enemy that didn't exist. Tap, tap, tap. In the cramped and quiet environment, Furs finally reached the end of the staircase and stepped onto flat and solid ground. She originally wanted to say that staying in such a place for too long would really drive one crazy, but due to the silent atmosphere, she didn't make a sound. She was afraid that she would break this state and trigger an extremely negative change. With the illumination of the light floating diagonally above her, Furs cast her gaze forward in a bid to see what the end of the staircase looked like. It was a hall that was nearly 10 meters tall. It was paved with black tiles that were dripping with water. There were signs of cracks and damage everywhere. Dozens of meters away, on the other side of the hall where the light couldn't reach, stood a pair of double bronze doors. The doors reached the top, and the stones on the left and right walls had fallen. The statues were damaged, revealing the dark brown soil beneath. The surface of the door was engraved with dense symbols and strange patterns. It exuded a sense of mystery and heaviness, as though it was sealing something or blocking something. Furs finally couldn't help but speak. She suppressed her voice. And said, "Have you seen such a door before?" Beside her, Zio shook her head. "No." Furs immediately hissed. "Tell me, what do you think is behind this door? Where does it lead to?" That's the reason why this castle was built back then? To prevent the creature behind the door from coming out? Zio surveyed the area, but she didn't find any murals that could provide any information. All she discovered was that the closer she got to the bronze door, the more water droplets seeped out of the ground. The number of discarded silver-black swords also increased. In the 4th epoch and 5th epoch, murals were a common sight in all castles and buildings. And before the cataclysm, from a few elven ruins, it can be seen that Beyonder creatures also liked to praise deities and record their daily lives in the form of murals. Zio combined her experience and knowledge as a bounty hunter and spoke slowly. Furs nodded slightly. "Indeed. This ancient castle is more special than I imagined." At that moment she felt rather uneasy. She even wanted to leave and seek Mr. World's help. Back on the Tarot, after hearing Little Sun's terrifying stories about ruins, she couldn't help but overthink and scare herself when she was in a similar environment. "I might be able to find more clues if I get closer." Zio boldly took a step forward and approached the heavy door that seemed to seal a particular spot. Furs held Lamino's Travels tightly and hurriedly chased after her. As she walked, a trace of red suddenly appeared in her eyes. What seeped out of the cracks on the black tiles was no longer water droplets, but blinding blood. "This!" Furs suddenly opened the notebook with a bronze cover as she swept her gaze at Zio. In her vision, Zio's face had turned pale at some point in time. Her eyes were blackish-green, and her lips were blood-red. Her body was gloomy, and her expression was extremely warped. Chapter 980. Furz's pupils dilated as though she was trying to absorb more light in order to see Zio's present appearance. At the same time, a beam of light suddenly blasted out in front of her. It was several times more blinding than an old camera model, blanketing her surroundings in whiteness. Right on the heels of that, her finger slid across one of the pages of Lamino's Travels as a black fog rose from the bottom of her feet, enveloping her entire body. The thick black fog rapidly split into palm-sized illusory bats that flew towards different spots in the underground hall. This was the wings of darkness that the moon had recorded in Lamino's Travels. Its original use was to increase one's speed and allow them to fly for a short period of time. Furthermore, it could produce a bunch of vampire bats to attack enemies, but Furz didn't use it. She only used it as a prop for her magic tricks. After the illusory bats flew away, the spot where Furz had been standing was already empty. At some point in time, her figure had moved more than 10 meters away. After subconsciously escaping and protecting herself, Furz finally calmed down a little. She hurriedly cast her gaze at Zio, who was acting strangely. However, Zio's blonde hair was only slightly messy. Her face was a little tanned from being out for a long period of time. Her expression had a look of confusion amidst her surprise. It was as though she was surprised that her friend would suddenly have such an extreme reaction. She didn't show any signs of being affected by the wraiths or ghosts. What happened? Zio asked in puzzlement and wariness. Furz narrowed her eyes and didn't directly answer. As she flipped through Lamino's Travels, she returned with a question. Zio, what's your true height now? Zio seemed enlightened as she replied, 152. That's right? Before she finished her sentence, Furz's finger had already slid across the symbol and magic label on the page in her hand. Silently, a holy beam of light swirling with flames descended from the ceiling of the underground hall. It was bright and resplendent, instantly enveloping Zio as it released ripples of sunlight. The blazing light stabbed into Furz's eyes, making her see the entire hall collapse. The surrounding space shattered like glass. This feeling vanished in a flash as Furz realized in a daze that she was still standing at her original spot. She hadn't fled. Was that just an illusion? She hurriedly turned her head to the side and saw Zio looking at the damaged area near the heavy door. Furz deliberated for a moment before opening her mouth. Zio, what's your real height now? Zio glanced at her and said unhappily, Don't worry. Don't ask such boring questions. Phew, it's true. Furz heaved a sigh of relief and quickly described the main points of her encounter to Zio. Zio thought for a few seconds and touched Furz's arm with her lantern-wielding left hand. Take a few steps back. Maybe the closer we get to the door, the easier it is to hallucinate. Yes, it's possible. Furz nodded in agreement and quickly took a few steps back. Then, she looked around again and said in a slightly puzzled tone, That's right. Why can't I find any vengeful spirits or ghosts here? They should like this kind of environment. Zio was also surprised as she carefully observed. Finally, her gaze landed on the blob of sunlight floating above Furz's head. Extinguish it and give it a try. She gave her suggestion. Enlightened, Furz immediately dispelled the blob of light's illumination. Darkness surged over soundlessly, once again ruling over the underground hall. Only the dim yellow light of the lantern was able to resist all of this. Then, two figures appeared in Furz's spirit vision. They were close to the bronze door. One of them was a woman with her hair coiled up. She wore long pants and a flowery shirt that made it easy for her to move. The other was a man wearing silver-black armor and holding a rusted sword. The former's face was a blur as he constantly paced back and forth between the door and the area Furz and Zio had previously arrived at. The latter paced back and forth by the door, muttering to himself, These are the two ancient vengeful spirits? Furz nudged Zio with her elbow and suppressed her voice. I see the spirit body. I see it too. They aren't hiding. Zio arched her body slightly and got into a combat stance. Furz hurriedly nudged her again. Don't rush. We're not sure if it's the target yet. She tried to take 3 steps forward, but the 2 blurry figures didn't even look at her. Furs thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Miss, what are you doing?" In the past, she had heard stories from other mysticism circles that there was a possibility of communication between vengeful spirits, shadows, and other high-level spiritual creatures. But before she finished speaking, she felt a wave of regret. Because even if she could really communicate with him, she wouldn't be able to achieve her goal. After all, she couldn't persuade him to commit suicide and hand over the ancient vengeful spirit's cursed object and remnant spirituality. Just as Furs was considering if she should attack directly, the lady in the flowery shirt and knightly trousers answered her question in an unperturbed tone. "I'm looking for my husband. He's the guard here. He really can communicate." Furs pressed curiously. "He's really able to communicate. Where did he go?" At this moment, Zio also came over, still looking highly vigilant. The blurry lady replied in a stiff manner, "He's the guard here. He told me that a strange power seeped out from behind the door and corrupted his teammate. He wanted me to take the messenger and leave as soon as possible. He said that he would protect me until I escaped safely, but I didn't want that to happen. I wanted to leave with him. After sending the messenger away, I returned midway and came underground to look for him. I couldn't find him no matter what. With this castle's sense of time that transcends the current epoch, the last guard here can indeed transform into an ancient vengeful spirit. This lady's story has moved me. I really can't bear to attack her." With a thought, Furs carefully walked around the female ancient vengeful spirit and came close to the bronze door. Along the way, she and Zio didn't experience any hallucinations. This seemed to imply that her previous encounter was unconsciously caused by the lady. When she wasn't far from the knight vengeful spirit wearing silver-black armor and wielding a rusty sword, Furs attempted to speak again. "Sir, what are you doing?" The knight vengeful spirit stopped and buzzed. "I'm guarding this pitch-black door. I'm guarding this dark door. I want to make sure my wife can escape to safety. If you meet her, please tell her that her knight will fight for her to the very end." A pitch-black door. This is clearly a bronze door. Wait, what did he just say? He said that he's guarding the door to ensure that his wife escapes safely? Isn't this the other half of the archetype described by the lady from before? Is this her husband? Furs was taken aback as she shifted her gaze back and forth between the 2 ancient vengeful spirits. The lady in a flowery shirt and trousers approached the bronze door before turning to return to the center of the hall. This cycle continued without end. The man in silver-black armor wielded a rusty sword as he paced around the door. They would pass by each other from time to time, but they never looked at each other. This scene has been maintained for at least 1,500 years, or even longer. Furs sighed silently as she turned her head to glance at Zio. She realized that her friend's eyes were already covered in a thin layer of mist. What an easily moved person. Furs couldn't help but shout at the female vengeful spirit, "Look by the door. Look by the door, your husband is there all the time." The woman in the flowery shirt and trousers slowed down. She first swept a glance at Furs before casting her gaze to the side of the heavy door. Her dull gaze passed through the knight in the silver-black armor and fell on the back of the knight. "Why can't I find him?" The vengeful spirit repeated the words and actions from before. Furs felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow. Just as she was about to shout again, she saw the knight in silver-black armor turn his head to look at her and Zio. "Who are you?" Just as he said that, the female vengeful spirit cast her gaze at Zio and Furs once again. Furs immediately felt her thoughts slow down as a gloomy coldness rapidly formed in her body. It rippled out, freezing her flesh and joint. And in her eyes, Zio seemed to be experiencing a similar encounter as the surroundings of the lantern dimmed significantly. At this moment, Zio's eyes suddenly lit up like 2 bolts of lightning. The male vengeful spirit let out a painful grunt as his figure turned blurry. Zio instantly escaped the frozen, feeling as she threw the trident in her hand at the female vengeful spirit. At the tip of the trident, illusory bolts of lightning constantly leaped as they struck the woman in the flowery shirt and trousers. Mental lashing. The female vengeful spirit screamed as her figure turned blurry. Firz's mind instantly cleared as her fingers slid across Lamino's travels, which she had flipped open previously. The surrounding shadows immediately gathered together as though they had a life of their own, transforming into a pitch-black chain that bound the night vengeful spirit to its spot, sealing its mouth. Abyssal shackles. At the same time, Zio charged forward as the female vengeful spirit's figure reflected in her eyes. She held an illusory hot branding iron in her hand as she pressed it at her target. With her holding back the female vengeful spirit, Firz's actions turned even more relaxed. She flipped through the pages of Lamino's travels as her fingers slid across them. Silver bolts of lightning that spread out their branches descended out of thin air, striking the night vengeful spirit one after another, turning the area into a purgatory of lightning. Finally, a bright pillar of light that swirled with holy flames flashed, enveloping the night vengeful spirit and purifying it completely. Seeing that one enemy had been finished, Firz immediately turned around and dealt with the female vengeful spirit with Zio. She wasn't stingy with the powers of Lamino's travels. She ingeniously combined the suitable parts and, with Zio's help, she would restrain and attack at times. It didn't take long for her to finish off her target. Everything turned silent as Firz caught her breath and watched the battlefield in disbelief. It ended just like that? She originally believed that the two ancient vengeful spirits had special powers and were of a higher level. It would be rather difficult for anyone below Sequence 5 to deal with them, but she realized that things had progressed abnormally smoothly. This made her truly realize that Lamino's travels was indeed a divine artifact. It also made her yearn for the next sequence, scribe. Zio was rather astonished as she thought for a few seconds. It's no wonder someone told me that beneath a demigod, the number of Beyonders, their teamwork, and ability to use their powers are more important than the rank of a sequence. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly heard the sound of knocking echoing in her ears. This broke the silence of the underground hall. It came from behind the bronze door. Chapter 981. Bam! 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 Behind the bronze door, the sounds of slamming rang out incessantly, echoing in the vast underground as though it came from an abnormally distant ancient era. Firz's body tensed up as she couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't help but lower her voice. What's behind the door? I don't know. Zio shook her head honestly as she subconsciously gulped. Her right hand, which had just picked up the trident, protruded her joints as her blood vessels surfaced. Clearly, she had used a lot of strength. Bam! 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 The sounds of the door being slammed came one after another. It didn't speed up or slow down as it maintained the same rhythm. Every sound seemed to strike Firz and Zio's hearts, causing their hair to stand on end and their scalps to tingle. It probably won't come out. If it's that easy to come out, it wouldn't have waited until now. Firz consoled herself, feeling a little parched. Zio nodded vigorously. Once the material takes form, we'll immediately leave. In such an environment and atmosphere, her curiosity was completely unable to overcome her instinctive fear. All right. As Firz cast her gaze at the spot where the two ancient wraiths had been purified, she grumbled inwardly about the lack of detail provided by the moon. It didn't even mention that there was such a strange door beneath the ancient castle. At that moment, specks of dark, glowing dust constantly fell to the ground like shattered gems. They split into two piles and gathered together. Around them, the nearly invisible remnant spirituality condensed into a seemingly illusory crystal. Accompanying the crystals and dust were two different items. One was ring-shaped and completely transparent, as though it was an eroded ring. The other looked like an eye carved from crystal, with a faint black gas flowing inside. Upon seeing this scene, Firz suddenly came to a realization. Ancient wraiths were ghost-like creatures with beyonder characteristics. Among them, the cursed item was related to a certain part of their body when they were alive. This, combined with the characteristic, became the foundation of their existence. And because of this, the corresponding cursed item of different ancient wraiths would have different manifestations, but the essence was the same. As for the dust, it was another characteristic. It was the source of most of their powers. As for the remnant spirituality, it was equivalent to materials like the blood of monsters. Bam! 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 The person behind the bronze door was very persistent. He didn't stop, constantly testing Fur's and Zio's nerve. They were so scared and cautious that their bodies trembled slightly. In a trance, they actually had the illusion that the door had slightly swayed. Their hearts were still hanging high and beating wildly. Furs finally waited for the ancient vengeful spirit's dust and cursed item to take form as she was about to jump down the stairs at any moment. As she gestured for Zio to be on guard, she squatted down and took out the 3 square metal boxes she had prepared. After some hesitation, Furs looked up at Zio. These 2 ancient wraiths have been waiting for each other for too long. I want to separate a part of what they left behind and bury them together. In this case, I'll take a cursed item, you take a pile of dust, and we'll split the remaining spirituality equally. Is that okay? Zio didn't hesitate as she nodded slightly. All right. Furs silently heaved a sigh of relief. Pursing her lips, she flipped through Lamino's travels and slid her finger across one of the pages. The 5 fingernails on her right hand immediately grew longer. They were sharp and covered in black patterns and symbols. This was the claw of corrosion that originated from the sanguine. Upon seeing the changes in her palm, Furs grabbed at the ground and easily dug a hole, leaving behind traces of corrosion. Right on the heels of that, she placed the crystal eyeball-like cursed item and a pile of dust into the hole. She then filled it with the bricks and soil she had just grabbed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She scratched with her fingernails and wrote an epitaph on the ground. Returning for you, protecting you, never to be apart. After doing all of this, Furs was just about to sigh when she heard the slamming behind the bronze door suddenly turn louder. Bang! She nearly jumped in fright as she hurriedly placed the remaining dust, the ring-shaped cursed item, and the remnant spirituality into different square metal boxes. Then, she packed the boxes and straightened her body. Together with Zio, she slowly walked towards the spiraling and narrow staircase. Bang! 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 The slamming behind the bronze door became more intense. Furs and Zio subconsciously gritted their teeth as they quickly went up the staircase. They became faster and faster, and in the end they were already running. They didn't care if they would fall on the staircase and tumble down like a wheel. Finally, sunlight appeared in front of Furs and Zio. It shone in from the outside world, scattering onto the staircase in front of them. It was bright, pure, and warm. At this moment, the faint slamming sounds that came from underground came to an abrupt halt. There was no follow-up. Furs and Zio exchanged looks, slowed down, and with a few leaps, they returned to the upper level of the abandoned castle. The 2 of them didn't speak as they left the area and returned to the edge of the forest. After walking for a while, Furs calmed down and pursed her lip. It was really terrifying just now. Although the thing behind the bronze door didn't cause us any harm and didn't even reveal itself, I still believe that it's more terrifying than an ancient wraith. It's more terrifying than anything I've experienced before. It's more terrifying than anything I've experienced before. In those few minutes, I couldn't help but imagine several tragic deaths. Each one was more terrifying than the last, but none of them were as terrifying as the slamming sounds. Zio turned her head and nodded in agreement. Yes, I felt like I was walking on the edge of a cliff. Furs was just about to say something when she suddenly saw 2 streams of bright red blood flowing down from Zio's nose. Zio, you're having a nosebleed," Furs hurriedly reminded her friend. Zio was taken aback as her pupils dilated slightly. "You're having a nosebleed too. Ah! Furs reached out her hand in a daze and wiped the tip of her nose. She felt that it was warm and the liquid was slightly thick. She was stunned as she hurriedly brought her right hand to her eyes. She saw that it was dyed red, bright and eye-catching. Was it because I was too nervous? Furs muttered to herself in puzzlement. At this moment, she realized that a faint black spot was growing on her wrist at a discernible speed under the sunlight that penetrated the forest's shade. The black spot rapidly spread, covering her forearm and the back of her hand. Furs subconsciously cried out as she hurriedly looked up at Zio. Her eyes immediately reflected the black spots on Zio's cheeks and neck. This isn't normal, Furs blurted out. Zio also noticed the abnormality between her and her friend. She thought for a moment and said, "Do you still remember what that female wraith said?" She said that the guards from before had been corroded by the power that seeped out from behind the bronze door. Could we have been corroded as well? Furs was taken aback for a second before she nodded solemnly. It's possible. She hurriedly took out the medicine she had prepared and gave a portion to Zio. Then, she twisted the lid and gulped down 2 bottles. However, the 2 of them didn't get any better. The black spots grew in number, causing their vision to turn blurry. Ba-dump, ba-dump. Before long, Furs, who couldn't even save herself, heard her heartbeat. She felt her body begin to lose its strength. Unable to think of a solution, her lips quivered a few times. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly turned around and took a few steps to the side to open up a distance. Following that, she lowered her head and recited Mr. Fool's honorific name. In less than 10 seconds, the crimson light surged before her eyes and drowned her like a tide. Some roars and murmurs flashed by, and Furs saw the familiar long-mottled table and the 10 high-backed chairs across from it. She immediately discovered that the dizziness in her head and the blur in her vision had completely disappeared. There were no strange black spots on her spirit body. "Thank you for your help." Furs quickly stood up and bowed to the figure shrouded in thick fog at the end of the long bronze table. Then, she heard Mr. Fool say calmly, "That's right. Your soul has been corrupted by some kind of power. There's no problem now. It has already been purified by Mr. Fool?" Furs's heart stirred. Just as she was about to ask if there was a way to save Zio, the scene in front of her suddenly turned red as light soared. After a short interval, she found herself back in the real world. She had returned to Delaire Forest. The black spots on the back of her hand and wrist were rapidly fading and receding. The blood that kept flowing from her nose had already stopped. Turning around, she saw Zio weakly holding onto a tree beside her. Her face was covered in black spots, making her look extremely terrifying. The muscles on both sides of Furs's neck tightened as her thoughts raced. A few seconds later, she quickly approached and pressed down on Zio's shoulder. She said quickly, "I have a way to save you, but you need to do as I say. Use ancient Hermes to say, 'The fool that doesn't belong to this era.'" Zio rolled her swollen eyelids with great difficulty and looked at Furs for 2 seconds before chanting in a deep voice, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Before she could finish her sentence, Zio was surprised to see a dark red starlight surge out of the void and engulf her. The indescribable roar lasted for a second before vanishing from Zio's ears. She then saw that she was in an ancient and majestic palace, sitting beside a mottled green table. Beneath her feet was an endless grayish-white fog, and in front of her was a figure that looked down at her, giving off a lofty feeling. This scene was both unfamiliar and familiar to her. She had seen it once in a dream, but she hadn't recalled it after the exorcism ritual. That purification actually didn't work. Zio suddenly had this thought as she stood up after some deliberation and bowed to the figure shrouded in gray fog. "Are you the great king of yellow and black?" She didn't appear too surprised or alarmed, as though she had expected it. "You can directly address me as Mr. Fool." "Have a seat," the figure with a mountainous aura replied calmly. Zio bowed again and sat down, confirming that she had escaped from her undesirable state. She looked around, thought for a moment, and said, "Yes. Honorable Mr. Fool, does Fur's Wall have a seat here?" The fool, who was shrouded in gray fog, nodded gently. "Yes." Zio fell silent for a second before saying, "Can I join like her? Can I join like her? This is a gathering organized by them, convened by me. There are still seats available at the moment. You can join. Draw a card. They use one of the main tarot cards as their code names. Let's draw a card. They all use one of the main tarot cards here as their code name." She immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Fool. Yes, Mr. Fool." On the long bronze table in front of her, a deck of tarot cards immediately appeared. Zio reached out her right hand and solemnly cut the cards. She drew one and flipped it open. Her card depicted an angel with a horn and the departed waiting for salvation. The Judgment Card. Chapter 982. Glancing at the Judgment Card in her hand, Zio was taken aback. "This is in line with my expectations." The fool, who was shrouded in the gray fog, nodded slightly and calmly said, "That's right. Every Monday, Bakelin time, we meet here at 3 in the afternoon. Be prepared in advance. At the gathering, you can exchange information, materials, formulas, and knowledge. You can also pay a certain price and entrust missions to other members." Zio thought for a moment and said in enlightenment, "Yes, Mr. Fool." She thought that this was the end of the day, but she heard a voice from the end of the long bronze table again. "What did you do before you were corroded by that power? Indeed, it's been corrupted." Zio composed herself and described the entire exploration of the ancient castle with furs. She emphasized the bronze door known as the pitch-black door, as well as the ancient castle guards that had been corrupted and turned into wraith. Then, she noticed that Mr. Fool nodded slightly and said in a calm voice, "That's right. Do not enter that ancient castle before sequence 4. Let's go back." Zio immediately stood up and respectfully bowed in accordance with the descriptions in various religious rituals. "Your will is my will," Yizichin said. As soon as she finished speaking, a deep red color rose in front of her eyes. When everything dissipated, she had already returned to the world of reality. He was holding on to a thick tree. She subconsciously looked at the back of her hand and realized that the black spots were rapidly fading. Zio looked up at Furs, who was staring at her worriedly. When their gazes met, Furs was first overjoyed, but soon after, she revealed an embarrassed smile. She opened her mouth, but did not know what to say. Zio slowly exhaled and pointed ahead. "Let's return to the town first." "Okay." Furs answered without hesitation. And at this moment, above the gray fog, the fool Klein was tapping the edge of the long mottled table, thinking about what had happened to the magicians and judgment today. Even if the items or powers sealed by the dark gate didn't escape, they could still corrupt the guards and explorers outside. Just the thought of how horrifying it was enough to make one shudder in fear. Furthermore, this corruption was rooted in the spirit body. To resolve it, Klein only had two solutions. One was to let the corrupted perform a complete secret deed ritual and use the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog to complete the purification with the help of the brooch of Sunday. The second was to directly pull the spirit body here and use the gray fog to disinfect the poison. Given that there was no time at the time, he chose the latter. What could it be? The most corrosive power belongs to the devil pathway. It's connected to the abyss? This wasn't impossible. According to Little Sun's description, in the middle and early stages of the second epoch, demons often left the abyss and were active on the land. It wasn't until the ancient sun god appeared that the demons retreated to the abyss and sealed it. According to this, it's quite normal for the northern continent to have an entrance to the abyss underground. It's understandable that they would need to build a castle and send people to guard it. But the problem is, several thousand years have passed, so how can there still be the sound of the beating? Do the demons wish to return to the land? Klein made a preliminary guess. He temporarily didn't explore the abandoned castle to verify his theory. This was because it didn't seem like there would be any major changes in the near future. In his heart, since the information on the castle came from the Sanguine, he could get Emlyn to do further research and figure out the castle's history. Reining in his thoughts, Klein took off the topaz pendant and divined if the matter of the abandoned castle was urgent. He received a negative answer. He immediately returned to the real world and waited for the local ruler, General May Sanchez, to send someone with a deposit. At 2 in the afternoon in Fainapotter, Haggis, who was dressed like a northern continent gentleman with slicked back hair, knocked on Don Dantes' door with a black suitcase in hand under the protection of a team of guards. "Come in, come in." A gentle and elegant voice sounded. It was first spoken in Rouen with a Bakeland accent before it changed to the local Dutanese. Haggis turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. He saw Don Dantes with white sideburns and deep blue eyes pressing down on the bottom of his black vest as he stood up from the reclining chair. "Good afternoon, my friend." This Rouen gentleman with good looks and bearing took 2 steps forward and extended his right palm. This time, he switched back to Rouen. Haggis replied in Rouen with an aristocratic accent. "It's my honor to be your friend." After he shook Don Dantes' hand gently, he surveyed the area and chuckled. "This is your servant?" He was referring to the mixed-blood youth standing behind the arms merchant. In other words, he was asking if he was trustworthy. After all, Don Dantes hadn't brought any servants with him when he visited the general's residence yesterday. "Yes, his greatest strength is that he's good at keeping secrets," Don Dantes replied with a smile as he pointed to the leather sofa opposite the reclining chair. Surrounded by 2 guards, Hodges closed the door behind him and sat down with a smile. He smiled and said, "I've heard of a proverb about Intis. Rumor has it that it was said by Roselle the Great. He said that only the dead can keep secret." Don Dantes laughed involuntarily. "Roselle the Great also said something else. Corpses can speak. Is that so? This is the first time I've heard of it." Haggis enjoyed the process of interacting with the Northern Continent gentleman. After chatting for a while, he picked up the suitcase beside him and opened it. At this moment, there seemed to be a golden light flowing out of the suitcase. Under the illumination of the sunlight outside the window, the whole room seemed to be brighter. Haggis then looked at Don Dantes and said, 5,000 Rouen pounds, and 5,000 pounds worth of gold coins and bars. This is the deposit. I'll carry the remaining 30,000 pounds in cash and gold with me. I'll give them to you after the delivery of the firearms. Don Dantes glanced at the stacks of banknotes, gold coins, and gold bars in the eyelid box. He retracted his gaze and smiled. "When are we leaving?" Haggis closed the suitcase and handed it to Don Dantes' servant. "Tomorrow morning." He paused for 2 seconds before speaking. "Mr. Dantes, the general has an esteemed guest who wishes to visit you." Dwayne Dantes' expression didn't change as he fell silent for a few seconds. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "When?" "Now," Haggis said in a manner as though he didn't dare brush him off. "He's downstairs." Don Dantes nodded slightly. "Invite him up." Haggis immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He left the room with the guard and walked down the stairs. Before long, Luca, who was wearing a white robe with brass threads, walked up. His silver hair was neatly combed. When he came to Don Dantes' door, he was just about to raise his hand when he heard a voice from inside. "Please come in." This time, it was spoken in ancient Faesac. Luca's expression didn't change as he naturally pushed open the door. He immediately saw the middle-aged gentleman from yesterday who had rather good looks and bearing. He was standing beside a reclining chair, his side facing him. And sitting on the reclining chair was a young man. He had black hair and brown eyes. His face was thin and angular, and he exuded a cold aura. Luca was taken aback before he took a step forward, entered the room, and closed the wooden door. He calmly found a sofa and sat down. His grayish-green eyes clearly reflected the young man's figure. "German Sparrow?" Luca asked as though he was addressing him. The corners of German Sparrow's mouth curled up. It's not polite to directly address someone by their full name. Luca nodded and said, "I'm sorry. I was rude. I remember that it hasn't been more than half a year since you advanced to Sequence 5, maybe even 3 months. Yes, it should have been completed in the ruins of the Battle of Gods. I never expected you to have already become a demigod. This made me lose my composure." German Sparrow smiled without giving any explanation. After a brief silence, he asked unhurriedly, "Why did you visit me?" After a brief silence, he calmly asked, "Why did you visit me?" Luca calmly replied, "I don't know. I don't know." The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned a little strange. German Sparrow seemed to forget that there was an old gentleman sitting opposite him and that he needed to speak again. Luca indiscernibly moved his chin and said to himself, "It's like this. I previously made a prophecy. In that prophecy, I would fall into a rather troublesome situation in the future, and I met someone here in the past few days who could help me deal with it. I'm not sure if it's you, but I'd rather admit my mistake than miss out on anything. I finally decided to meet you and get to know each other. My name is Luca Brewster. I'm a clergyman who serves the God of knowledge and wisdom. I'm currently in charge of the various affairs of the church in West Balham." German Sparrow nodded and said, "That's right. I already know you. I believe there's no need for me to introduce myself, right?" "Of course." Luca thought for a moment and said, "You should be a bizarro sorcerer. I recently received news that the Arcane Order of Intis has taken action." He didn't notice the look of shock on German Sparrow's face as the powerful adventurer famous in the 5 Seas fell silent for a moment. "Zeratul has returned." Luca's pupils immediately changed before returning to normal. Then, he stood up and nodded in greeting. "Since we've gotten to know each other, it's time for me to leave." After saying that, he walked to the door, turned the knob, and left the room. The German Sparrow, who was sitting in the reclining chair, watched as his back was covered by the wooden door inch by inch until he completely disappeared. He suddenly chuckled. What a fraud. Yes. Don Dantes, who was standing beside the reclining chair, found a place to sit down. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. He, who had graying sideburns and deep blue eyes, and the thin and angular German Sparrow looked at each other and smiled at the same time. On Monday afternoon, Don Dantes took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. He said to Haggis, who was sitting opposite him, "We're almost at our destination. We're almost at our destination. I think you need to take a break in advance." Excellent suggestion. Haggis agreed. Don Dantes pointed to the street ahead. "There's a hotel there. We'll rest for half a day and set off tomorrow morning." Haggis didn't object. He turned forward and gave a few instructions to the carriage driver. After checking in, Don Dantes used the excuse of taking an afternoon nap to decline Haggis's afternoon tea invitation. More than half an hour later, above the endless gray fog, Klein sat in the seat belonging to the Fool. PS1. Actually, I'm very satisfied with the writing of the first chapter. It basically eliminated psychological descriptions and relied on the foreshadowing, the actions of the characters, and the choices made to give a personality and style. It avoids situations where it's too conventional and leaves a lingering aftertaste. One can ponder over it carefully and understand what kind of person Zio is. However, it seems like many friends don't like it. They find it too sudden and too fast. I'll explain more in the future. I won't analyze Zio's thoughts here. Anyway, every action, every choice, and every word is expressed. Why did it feel sudden? I don't think the problem lies in the plot, but in the structure. As a long novel, many of the foreshadowing and descriptions are too far apart. In the end, when it all comes together, a psychological description might be more suitable than a simple description. It won't be too heavy at the beginning and light at the end. It can make the plot thicker. Also, I'm planning on using a new narrative method for the 5th volume. I'll use some POV. From the first chapter onwards, I'll fix the camera on a single character and describe it from his point of view. Then, when there's a connection, I'll change the scene. Therefore, I'll dilute many of Lil Ku's thoughts and actions. After that, this writing method will be alternated with normal writing method. PS2. Seeking monthly recommendation tickets on Monday. Chapter 983. Dark red beams of light soared up and condensed into different human figures on both sides of the long bronze table. The eternal silence above the gray fog was broken as the magnificent and ancient palace was filled with an indescribable vitality. Just as Audrey regained her perception of her surroundings, she prepared to stand up and greet the person at the end of the long bronze table. At this moment, as a senior spectator, she acutely sensed that there was something different about this gathering. There were 2 more members than last week. One of them was a man sitting to the right of Mr. Moon. The other was a lady sitting to the left of the hermit. Audrey first subconsciously felt happy for Taro's development before following her professional instincts and quickly made an observation. Due to her own position, it was easier for her to size up the gentleman diagonally opposite her than the lady who was 2 people away from her. Therefore, she focused most of her attention on him. Black hair, green eyes, no coat, vest and shirt. His sitting posture is a little awkward. He doesn't seem to like sitting properly usually. His height is estimated to be about 180 centimeters. His bearing is a little lackadaisical. He's rather tense. With just a glance, Audrey read quite a bit of information from the rather blurry figure. Then, she noticed something different. The gentleman was quickly surveying his surroundings. There was nothing wrong with such behavior. Anyone who came to such an unfamiliar and secretive place would definitely subconsciously size up the other members, attempting to grasp their characteristics and the general situation to calm themselves down. But the problem was that the gentleman's gaze was moving too quickly. His gaze swept past the moon, the hanging man, and the other members without stopping. To Audrey, this was a very clear phenomenon. It meant that the gentleman wasn't observing the environment or scrutinizing the members, but was looking for someone. He was looking for someone with a clear target. Audrey instantly felt a little excited. She believed that the newcomer knew one of the members present. Who could it be? She observed for another second and realized that the man diagonally opposite her had his gaze fixed on the world's German sparrow. Audrey was secretly delighted, as if she had discovered some secret. She thought to herself in sudden realization, the newcomer is friends with Mr. World. At the very least, the world knows him in real life and knows that he's a member of the Tarot, or rather, it was Mr. World who invited him to the gathering. No, that's unlikely. If that's the case, the newcomer would be more confident and wouldn't be in such a hurry to find someone he knows. His gaze would definitely linger on the other members. Furthermore, this performance also proves that he isn't Mr. Fool's blessed. What's his relationship with Mr. World? Audrey stood up with the thought of continuing to observe. She turned to the end of the long bronze table. During this process, she took the opportunity to naturally glance at the new member beside Ma, M. Hermit. She's looking at Miss Magicians. Her height. Zio has finally passed the inspection and joined the gathering? Audrey recognized the other party's identity as she happily lifted her skirt and bowed at the figure shrouded in gray fog. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Just as she finished her brisk greeting, she discovered another problem. Mr. Fool had undergone a subtle change compared to before. This mighty existence seemed to be more harmonious with the entire palace, the entire space, and the entire gray fog. He was more unified, and his aura became more profound and lofty, like the sea or the sky. This feeling can't be described with words. Mr. Fool has recovered further and has taken back more authority in the divine kingdom? Audrey's eyes darted around slightly, filled with curiosity and joy. There was also a hint of pride and arrogance. At this moment, the hanging man Alger and Catlia also saw the two new members. They also noticed that the lady was relatively short and had a covert interaction with Miss Magicians. She was both inexperienced and familiar with the tarot gathering. At the very least, she wasn't like the man in the white shirt and black vest. Only when everyone began bowing did he hurriedly stand up. In addition, they also sensed that the new male member seemed to pay special attention to the world, German Sparrow. They had many guesses out of nowhere. These thoughts only echoed in their minds without expressing themselves. The hanging man and the hermit followed Miss Justice to complete the first part of the gathering without revealing any abnormalities. As for Derek, he was purely happy because the number of members of the Tarot Club had increased again. On the one hand, he was filled with a sense of superiority as a veteran to the new members. On the other hand, he felt that there were too many saviors of the apocalypse. After searching for a while, Leonard determined that the person at the bottom of the long bronze table was Klein Moretti. This was because his figure was similar to the German Sparrow in the information. He's hiding his true identity. He didn't even relax at such a secret gathering. He's put on 2 layers of disguise. I have to be careful too. Just as this thought flashed through Leonard's mind, he saw the girl sitting at the first seat on Mr. Fool's left stand up, leading everyone to bow. He was taken aback for a moment and didn't immediately react. It was especially eye-catching in an environment where everyone had already stood up. After a second, Leonard snapped to his senses and hurriedly stood up to greet her. Opposite him, Zio glanced at him, equating him and Furs to a certain extent. Furs had the same thoughts as well. However, she had equated the gentleman opposite her to Zio to a certain extent. This was because he didn't appear too reliable when they first met. This is the Star and this is Judgment. Have a seat and introduce yourselves. The Fool Klein raised his right hand and casually pointed. The Star always makes me feel like a lady's code name. As Leonard thought helplessly, he focused and followed the order of introduction to label each member. Miss Justice seems to be a girl, but perhaps like Klein, she's put on 2 layers of disguise. She's the more optimistic and cheerful type. Although I can't see the details of her attire, she looks very tasteful. Mr. the Hanging Man boorish and reserved. He should be a rather straightforward but rash person, Miss Magicians. The way she looks at me is a little odd. From time to time, she would glance at Klein. It's a mystery what she's thinking. Overall, she's rather ordinary without any special characteristics. Mr. Sunday very tall. The way he speaks sounds like his voice is still changing. Although he's silent, he seems very friendly, Miss Hermit. Ma'am. She has a mature and steady bearing. She's likely an experienced beyonder, Mr. Moon. Relatively young and a little reserved. For some baffling reason, he makes me feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but I can't recall. I'll observe him later, Miss Judgment. Very short. Her characteristics are obvious, but I'm not sure if she's also put on a second layer of disguise, world. Very, very gloomy. This should be his disguise. Yes, it might also be a manifestation of the truth in his heart. He wasn't a demigod in the past, which means that there's no lack of mid-sequence beyonders in this gathering. I wonder if I'm the weakest. As Leonard scrutinized the other members, Zio Dericha also used her sheriff powers to extract the characteristics of the different members and memorize them. Noble lady. Sailor or crew member. Relatively young, a little antisocial, but nothing serious. Powerful, at least the leader of a medium-sized team. Arrogant, from a good background. Undisciplined, not steady enough. Gloomy, terrifying amidst their thoughts. The other members finished their self-introductions. Catlia turned to the end of the long bronze table and bowed. Honorable Mr. Fool, I didn't receive Roselle's diary this time. I didn't receive it. Does that mean that Queen Mystic didn't reply? I wonder what Bernadette is busy with. The Fool Klein nodded slightly and replied calmly, Let's begin the transaction. Let's begin the transaction. As he spoke, Audrey paid attention to the hermit and the hanging man's reactions. She realized that they hadn't noticed that Mr. Fool had become even more towering and lofty. Am I the only one who noticed it? Audrey's eyes darted around in thought. She sighed a little, but she was also a little happy. Of course, she also knew that Hermit and Mr. the hanging man didn't dare to look at Mr. Fool too much, especially the former. Most of the time, she only dared to stare at the edge of the table in front of Mr. Fool. Table edge. There's an additional card of blasphemy. Audrey's gaze froze as she retracted it in pleasant surprise. With her intuition as a spectator, she inexplicably believed that the obtaining of a new card of blasphemy and the world's German sparrow's psychological problems were likely the same thing. She deliberated for a moment and looked around. I don't have anything I want. Katlia, son Derek, Moon Emlyn, and Magician's Furs were already prepared and were about to advance. At that moment there was no need for them. It was the same for the hanging man, Alger, who was still digesting the news. On the other hand, Leonard had the intention to purchase a mystical item, but due to the lack of a demonstration, he didn't know if he should speak up. All he could do was divert his attention to the matter of Mr. Fool needing Roselle's diary. After selling tinder, he wasn't lacking in money, and the experience of using creeping hunger made him feel that a powerful mystical item was rather useful. At this moment, Magician's Furs glanced at the silent Zio and took the initiative to look opposite her. Mr. the Hanging Man, I have a material that I wish to entrust to the artisan to make into a mystical item. She was referring to Zio's ancient wraith dust. The Hanging Man Alger shook his head. That artisan has been controlled by members of Rose School who believe in the primordial moon. This is what I know. The subsequent matters have been handed over to Hermit to handle. Rose School. Primordial moon believers. Handed over to Hermit to handle. Leonard and Zio looked around and suddenly felt that the gathering they were participating in wasn't as loose as they had imagined. They were secretly moving in the shadows of the world. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday. Chapter 984. Katlia turned her body slightly and cast her gaze at the magicians. This problem is a little complicated. I suggest that you wait another week or two. I can't promise anything. All I can say is that someone will help you create a mystical item when the time comes. There should be someone. In other words, it might not be the original artisan. Is he planning on nurturing an artisan himself? Or should I think of a way to turn the original artisans into sealed artifacts and use machines to create machines? Hermit is indeed an experienced beyonder. She doesn't have any fear towards killing. This means that she doesn't belong to a proper faction. Leonard listened quietly as he analyzed the situation. This was the first time he was so serious during a meeting. No problem. Magician's Furs had sufficient confidence in Hermit. After all, she had already gathered the blood of a mythical creature, and there might be a qualitative change in the future. At that moment, she heard the world's German sparrow say in a hoarse voice, "If you need help with this matter, you can look for me." To Klein, the mother tree of Desire's unusual interest in the grey fog, as well as Roselle the Great's warning to be careful of the moon in his diary, made him, who was determined to find the secret of transmigration and the nature of the door of light, pay more attention to the matters regarding Rose School and the primordial moon believers. Furthermore, the artisan was now involved in the intersection of both sides. Katlia never expected the world to offer to help. After a moment of silence, she nodded slightly. All right, if I can't handle it, I'll get help from Mr. Fool. She had specially clicked to contact Mr. Fool to tell the two new members that the tarot gathering had a magical means of communication. There was no need to be surprised or troubled in such matters. They would naturally understand when the time came. As the pirate admiral with the highest bounty on the 5 seas and the leader of a pirate crew that managed hundreds of people, she did this not out of pure good intentions. Nor was it because she was worried that the two new members would have too many questions and affect the progress of the gathering. Instead, it was out of habit, the habit of establishing authority in front of the new members. Of course, in fact, unless time was of the essence, and there was no time to set up the ritual, Katlia would rather summon the German sparrow's messenger than trouble Mr. Fool. Seeking help through Mr. Fool. Zio vaguely understood something as she resisted the urge to look at furs. I can even seek help from Mr. Fool? Leonard's thoughts ran wild as he made some guesses. Seeing that someone had taken the initiative, he relaxed a little and deliberated for a few seconds before taking the initiative to speak. I need a mystical item. What type? Audrey replied in a timely manner to avoid any awkward silence. Leonard tersely acknowledged and subconsciously responded, "That's right. I don't know." He only had such a plan, but before he could think about the details, he had been pulled into such a gathering and discovered a possibility. "I don't know. He's probably a fool." The fool Klein, who knew Leonard's undisciplined and casual nature well, held back his laughter as he cursed inwardly. Seeing everyone look at him with unclear intentions, Leonard immediately felt a little embarrassed as he hurriedly added, "I mean, there's no limit to the type. As long as it's more of an offensive domain, is more concealed, and has fewer negative effects, I'm fine with it." He was doing this to showcase the powerful control abilities of a nightmare. When the time came, he could completely control the target himself, while Palez Zorost controlled the mystical item to deliver a fatal blow to the dazed opponent. When he became a spirit warlock, with the help of the natural spirit or wraith shadow sealed in his teeth, he could also accomplish such a multitasking, or even triple tasking. After Mr. Starr finished his explanation, the hanging man Alger didn't harp on the details. He asked, "Roughly what level do you need?" "A relatively powerful grade 2 sealed artifact. It corresponds to a sequence 6 or 5 sealed artifact." Leonard first described it in the tone of an official beyonder out of habit before using a more layman's expression. At that moment, a thought flashed across the minds of Justice Audrey, the hermit Katlia, the hanging man Alger, and Zio. Mr. Starr is an official beyonder, or at least he used to be. From their point of view, although beyonders who didn't belong to formal organizations would often use the concept of sealed artifacts, they wouldn't consider such a vague description when they needed to accurately express their intentions and need. They would definitely prefer a more direct and easy-to-understand type. Therefore, it was very easy to come to a conclusion. And this way there was something that was even more interesting. Mr. World is actually very familiar with an official beyonder. How did they get to know each other? And how did he pull an official beyonder into the gathering? Audrey didn't say a word as she maintained her position as a spectator, enjoying herself. At this moment, the hanging man Alger tersely acknowledged and said, "A sequence 5 mystical item costs at least £9,000. A mystical item at sequence 5 costs at least £9,000. If it meets your requirements, it might normally exceed £12,000. Very straightforward." Leonard nodded. "I understand." Upon hearing his answer, the fool Klein nearly facepalmed. Then, he sighed inwardly. "Teach, isn't this showing Mr. the Hanging Man his trump card? I bet that if he had a suitable item, the price would definitely be more than £12,000. Apart from the £7,000 from Tinder, this fellow, Leonard, still has money. With the guidance of a grandpa from the Marauder pathway, he must have saved up quite a bit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to buy Tinder back then. I understand now. He's not afraid of being scammed because he can still buy from the Hermit of Fate, and he can compare the quality and price of both sides. But the problem is that the gathering only happens once every half a year. It can't keep up with Tarot's pace at all. At this moment, Klein couldn't help but consider whether or not he should sell an item that had repetitive functions and would rarely be useful to a semi-god. He then heard Mr. Hanged Man reply calmly, "That's right. All right, I'll keep an eye out for you." "Okay." The hermit Catlia and the other members also expressed their stance. After that, there were no other transactions, and the gathering entered the free exchange phase. Without waiting for Mr. Hanged Man to ask, Derek raised his hand and said, "You're right. I've already returned to the City of Silver. The chief told me that in a while, we'll begin the preliminary exploration of the Giant King's court." Does he mean that I should make the best use of my time to advance to Priest of Light? Giant King's court? Exploration of the Giant King's court? Leonard cast his gaze at the youth, whose voice was changing in shock. From what he knew, the Giant King's court had long been destroyed in the Second Epoch. The angel, Pallas Zoroast, had also said that it had already disappeared in the long river of history. Who knew that the tarot-gathering sun would actually explore that area? None of the other members were surprised. Yes, none of them were surprised. Leonard subconsciously looked at Miss Judgment, who was also a new member, and realized that she seemed to know about it. She was rather calm. This Miss Magicians had privately tutored Miss Judgment. Only Leonard doesn't know anything. The fool Klein leaned back in his chair and seriously did a self-reflection. After pulling Leonard above the gray fog and giving him the star card, he ignored him and didn't write a letter to introduce the general situation of the tarot. Compared to women, men are much more careless when it comes to such details. Just as Klein was about to control the world Gehrman to explain to Leonard, he saw Emlyn glance at the poet beside him and hear him say with a faint smile, "Don't worry, I can't help you." He heard him say with a faint smile, "The Giant King's court is in the forsaken land of the gods." With that said, he ignored Leonard's reaction and turned to the sun on the other side. "You've already obtained the ingredients for the Priest of Light?" He knew that a particular sun had only obtained the formula a week or two ago. "Yes, I exchanged it from Mr. World," Sun answered honestly, but he didn't specify what he had used to exchange for it. And at this moment, Leonard's mind was filled with the terms Forsaken Land of the Gods and Giant King's Court. He had the feeling that a fantasy or myth had entered reality. He instinctively adjusted his understanding of the tarot and truly understood the weight of the ordinary words. Members come from different places. Even the Church of the Seven Deities is unable to find the forsaken land of the gods, but tarot can, and it has even developed members. Right, Aztec Eggers, who I previously believed to hold the death card, didn't appear at this gathering. Apart from the members here, there are also those who directly belong to Mr. Fool? Just as I thought from the beginning, this is a secret organization that might very well develop into an Orthodox church. It wouldn't be much weaker than the Aurora Order or Rose School. To a certain extent, it might even be stronger. This is a true meeting before the gods. Amidst Leonard's thoughts, the hanging man Alger agreed with Sun's guess. That's the case. Exploring the Giant King's court is a dangerous matter. He hopes that you can quickly grow to the level where you can fight against that shepherd elder. Derek nodded, not fully understanding what was going on. I understand. Thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man. He then recounted what he had seen in Noise City, leaving Leonard, Zio, and the other members taken aback. They didn't understand how such a strange situation and atmosphere came about. However, the fool Klein caught a whiff of something familiar. He felt that Noise City and the Foggy Town had certain similarities to a certain extent. The many pedestrians are suspected to be lifeless marionettes. Could it be that there's a higher sequence item or monster of the seer pathway there? Klein didn't say a word as he silently memorized the corresponding words in Noise City. At this moment, Zio glanced at the world and took the initiative to speak out of goodwill. MI9 has recently been investigating the origins of German Sparrow. Chapter 985. Upon hearing the name German Sparrow, all the members at the two sides of the long bronze table cast their gazes at the world, who was sitting right at the bottom. No one said a word or interjected. They more or less knew that the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, had done something major again. He had killed Admiral Hell Ludwell, but Audrey didn't believe that this was the main reason for his abnormal mental state. And their performance made Leonard instantly realize a fact. Everyone on Tarot knew that the world was equivalent to German Sparrow. Klein's disguise sure is good. But why did he let the other members know of his identity as German Sparrow? Isn't it common sense to hide one's origins at such a gathering? Amidst Leonard's puzzlement, he heard the blurry figure of the world ask in a hoarse voice, "What clues did MI9 obtain? What clues did MI9 find?" Zio wasn't ashamed of betraying MI9 as she answered frankly, "They've confirmed that the identity of German Sparrow is fake. They've confirmed that German Sparrow's identity is fake, and the source is in Backlund. Indeed, he was previously known as Sherlock Moriarty. When he left Bakeland, he became German Sparrow. However, Sherlock Moriarty isn't his true identity either." Leonard subconsciously surveyed the area and realized that although the other members weren't that surprised, they didn't show any signs of enlightenment. Therefore, he believed that they only had a superficial understanding of Klein. Under Klein's control, the world, German Sparrow, chuckled and replied to Miss Judgment's notification. "Don't worry about it." To him, to figure out who the fake identity of German Sparrow had been given to, the prerequisite was to capture Queen Mystic Bernadette or obtain information on Sharon from her. Clearly, this was something so difficult that it was nearly impossible to accomplish. In comparison, it would have been easier to find out more by starting from the incident involving the great detective, Sherlock Moriarty, as Leonard had done. Since MI9 had chosen the wrong direction, Klein was happy to see them running down this road. Mr. World is very certain and confident. Zio retracted her gaze and didn't say anything else. At this moment, Audrey deliberated for a moment and asked, "What's the matter? Mr. World, will you return to Bakeland in the future? Will you still use the identity of Don Dantes?" As a qualified psychiatrist, she naturally wouldn't inform the other members of Tarot of the World's psychological problems. She only wanted to confirm if he would still head to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. That way, she would be able to interact closely with him in the real world and perform a better follow-up. She didn't hide the fact that she mentioned Don Dantes because the original members of the gathering knew about it. Furthermore, Mr. Starr was clearly familiar with Mr. World, and Zio had been informed by Furs ahead of time. Upon hearing Miss Justice's words, Leonard nearly couldn't believe his ears. He was momentarily dazed. Klein Moretti is equivalent to Don Dantes? I once asked Don Dantes about Klein Moretti. No, impossible. Don Dantes is an undying monster that survived from the Fourth Epoch. His performance back then can prove this point. That's what Old Man said too. At that moment, Leonard couldn't control the changes in his emotions at all. He instinctively rejected the truth that Miss Justice had pointed out. If he wasn't an astral projection, he felt that his expression would definitely be rather obvious. It would be alternating between red and white, alternating between white and red. Opposite Leonard, Zio also raised her head and looked at Mr. World at the end of the long bronze table in surprise. He's Don Dantes? Don Dantes is a German Sparrow? I even accepted the task of being his butler. I even protected him. I even pitied him. He can crush me with one hand. Zio then turned her head and glared at Furs. I don't dare to say much about Mr. World. I can only roughly mention it. Magician's Furs looked away guiltily and mumbled silently. The hanging man Alger and the hermit Catlia deciphered something from their reactions. Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians knew each other in the real world. Miss Judgment had once interacted with Don Dantes, but she didn't know that he was a German Sparrow. As a veteran spectator, Audrey had no doubt sensed the abnormality of the Star and Judgment. She immediately realized that she had been taking things for granted. "Audrey, you need to reflect on yourself," she said to herself in embarrassment. Then, before Mr. World could say anything, she tried to make up for it. Don Dantes is a public identity. Sometimes it's Mr. World, and sometimes it's Mr. Fool's other blessed. Is that so? That makes sense. Leonard's mind jolted as he instantly accepted Miss Justice's explanation. With this, he understood many things. Before St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate was entered, the Don Dantes should be Klein. After that, it should be Mr. Fool's other blessed. That death consul? He's indeed an undying monster that survived from the fourth epoch, old man's old friend. It might also be a blessed that I don't know of, but his level can't be too low. What do you mean by other blessed? Does it mean that Klein is also considered Mr. Fool's blessed? It's no wonder Mr. Fool said that when he came here and joined the gathering, he experienced something different from me. It's because we're both blessed and have Mr. Fool's blessings. We have the same ancient aura, so old man didn't realize that Don Dantes is played by different people? This also explains my question from before. As a blessed, there's no need for German Sparrow's identity to be kept a secret, and to Zio, whether Don Dantes was a public identity or not, or if he was German Sparrow, wasn't something she cared about. The reason why she had such a huge reaction was because she had been embarrassed and annoyed by her various thoughts and mental states after realizing the truth. Seeing that the atmosphere had returned to normal, Klein heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. He controlled German Sparrow to answer Miss Justice's question. Yes. When the time comes, there might be some matters that require your assistance. When he said the second half of the sentence, World's gaze swept past justice, magicians, judgment, the star, and the moon. He's plotting something in Bakeland? Audrey instantly understood what Mr. World meant. She was instantly excited and a little worried. She was excited that she was about to participate in a secret operation where all the participants didn't seem to have any possibility of cooperating. They might not even know each other. This was something she had never experienced before but had always yearned for. She was worried if this would pose a threat to the stability of Bakeland or if it would harm the innocent. As for her own risks, she wasn't that worried. She believed that the mission that Mr. World had arranged for her was likely to be in the periphery. It was either to provide key information or to fatally mislead the target. There was no need for her to directly participate in the battle. Emlyn was the second member to understand the hidden meaning behind World's words, and this stemmed from his instincts to hate trouble. Will that be troublesome? He frowned and didn't say a word. While the other members were coming to a realization, the hanging man Alger gave World German Sparrow a deep look before saying, I recently received a piece of information. The Church of Evernight's defected Archbishop, in Zangwill, has been killed in West Balham. Before that, he had already become a demigod. As for the sealed artifact 0-08 that he had stolen, it's unknown whose hands it is. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the person handling the battlefield was someone from the Church of Evernight. The hanging man is very well informed. It's only been a few days. The church should have kept it strictly confidential. However, there might have been other factions rushing to the square back then. Leonard was taken aback and didn't respond. This was the first time Audrey and company were hearing this news. They could only determine that the matter was rather important from the words Archbishop, 0-08, and demigod. However, this had nothing to do with them, and it lacked excitement. Therefore, it didn't pique their interest. Among them, Katlia had a deeper understanding of Grade 0 sealed artifact. She planned on communicating with Queen Mystic and the upper echelons of the Moses ascetic order on this matter after returning to the real world. After a brief moment of silence, the fool Klein suddenly extended his hand and tapped the table. He felt that it was necessary to remind the members. In the next few years, the tides of the times would come rolling in. With a thud, all the members straightened their backs even more. They turned to the end of the long bronze table at the same time. Even the newly joined Leonard and Zio didn't hesitate as they instinctively did the corresponding actions. Then, they heard the distant and lofty figure in the gray fog chuckle. The times have changed because of this. The times have changed because of this? the matter regarding its unveil is actually so important and crucial? Although this involves a grade 0 sealed artifact. The hanging man, Alger, who shared the news, never expected Mr. Fool to give such a high evaluation. He was momentarily at a loss as to what to make of it. Leonard, who had participated in the matter regarding its unveil, felt the same. He knew how important and terrifying a grade 0 sealed artifact was, but he never expected that what happened that day would change the times. While Audrey and company were puzzled, they all perked up. Even son Derek couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation. The fool Klein surveyed the area and said with a half smile and a half sigh, "That's right. Adam is even closer to becoming a god." Chapter 986. Adam is even closer to becoming a god. Such a simple sentence instantly stirred up a storm in the hearts of every member of the tarot. Apart from Leonard, the other members, including Zio, who had been informed of important general knowledge by the magicians in advance, suddenly recalled the information regarding Adam. The ancient god of the sun of the City of Silver's creator, the brother of blasphemer Ammon, and suspected to be one of the 8 kings of angels. And this mythical figure that existed before the cataclysm had begun to be active in the real world again. Furthermore, he was even closer to becoming a god. This, for Mr. Fool to sigh, it means that Adam is only one step away from becoming a god and sequence 0. He can take that step at any time. The hanging man Alger subconsciously made a judgment. Following that, he clenched his fists and couldn't help but have all kinds of thoughts flash through his mind. A sequence 0 true god is about to be born. A true god will be born in the 5th epoch? Will this be the first true god of this epoch? After the deities no longer descend into the real world, there will still be sequence 0s appearing. Alger had always felt that he was very ambitious. Now, he had even set his sights on sequence 2, aiming for the level of an angel. However, after hearing about Adam, he still found it a little difficult to accept. After all, the last true god to become a sequence 0 was the former god of craftsmanship, the current god of steam and machinery. And it had to be traced back to the middle and late stages of the 4th epoch. Since the 5th epoch, in the past 1,300 years, no one had ascended to the position of god. It's no wonder Mr. Fool said that the times have changed because of this. Amidst Catlia's chaotic thoughts, she suddenly came to a realization. It was as though she could see the waves that swept over everything at the end of every epoch. She had already gathered all the ingredients and began preparing for the sequence 4 ritual. In the future, she had a chance of obtaining godhood and changing her life form. She was in a state of joy, anticipation, and unease. At this moment, she felt a baffling sense of panic and fear. All she wanted was to communicate with the Queen face to face to confirm the future. On the one hand, they were shocked that Adam was attempting to break through to the level of a deity. They never expected that such a thing would happen in the 5th epoch, and on the other hand, they were worried about their current lives. After all, be it Emlyn, who was born as a sanguine, or Justice Audrey, who was in the upper circles of the Lone Kingdom, they lived in the 5th epoch. They lived in an atmosphere that had accumulated over 1,000 years of history, and they didn't dare to blaspheme the orthodox deities. Even when facing the true Creator and other evil gods, they felt reverence from the bottom of their hearts, acknowledging their status and level. Therefore, they didn't dare believe that another deity would suddenly appear, nor did they dare to imagine what would happen next. In their eyes, the Fool was an awakened ancient god, an existence that originally sat at the position of sequence 0. I'm closer to becoming a god. Becoming a god. Sun was more excited, as though he saw hope and had a goal to strive for. From what he knew, only a sequence 0 could save the City of Silver. Adam? Becoming a god. Although Leonard didn't know who Adam was, he could still understand the simple words, "I'm closer to becoming a god." He immediately thought of the ordinary priest who had picked up 0-08 in front of Klein after the battle. That's Adam? Or Adam's subordinates? No, 0-08 is a grade 0 sealed artifact. Only Adam, who's very close to becoming a god, has the confidence to take action personally. It's no wonder the battle with Zangwill was much simpler than I expected. I thought that the best outcome for me and Klein was to drag Zangwill into hell. Who's Adam? Why haven't I heard of him before? Perhaps it was because he had an angel parasitizing him and knew some of the secrets of the fourth epoch. Leonard wasn't too affected by Adam's advancement on the path to godhood. He was more puzzled and curious about Adam's true identity. And at this moment the fool, who was shrouded in the gray fog, didn't speak again. He didn't give any further explanations, as though he was simply reminding the members to prepare for the changes of the times. While everyone was in a daze or letting their thoughts run wild, the world's German sparrow glanced at Leonard and simply said, "Adam is the child of the ancient sun god, the brother of blasphemer Ammon. Adam is the child of the ancient sun god, the brother of blasphemer Ammon." Leonard jumped in fright as he failed to control his expression. He had a deep impression of Ammon, and because of old man Palez Zoros's description, he had a very serious psychological trauma towards that existence. And Adam was actually Ammon's brother. His level of terror was very likely on the same level as Ammon. The world ignored the star's reaction and continued, "At present, it can be confirmed that Adam is one of the 8 kings of angels. At present, it can be confirmed that Adam is one of the 8 kings of angels. His title is Angel of Imagination, and he's ranked alongside Angel of Time, Ammon. His goal in dealing with Zangwill was to obtain 0-08 to make up for the shortcomings on the path to godhood, and his plan succeeded. Angel of Imagination. Adam is a king of angels of the spectator pathway? Audrey immediately thought of Dragon King Anquelt's title, Dragon of Imagination, and she had long known that the mind dragons represented the spectator pathway. As for Leonard, he once again had a barrier to understanding. He was stumped by the concept of a king of angels, but he was too embarrassed to ask. He planned to wait for the old man to wake up and ask him for advice. The hanging man Alger pondered over World's German Sparrow's words. His expression turned slightly odd as he probed, "You seem to have witnessed this?" Just as he said that, he, Katlia, and company heard the familiar hoarse laughter. After the world finished laughing, he glanced at the star and said nonchalantly, "You're right, you're right. It was me and my companion who killed Zangwill." Katlia's mind instantly went blank. She could accept the fact that German Sparrow could easily finish off Admiral Hell, but she never imagined that he would one day kill a true Sequence 4 demigod. Katlia quickly calmed down. This was because in a battle involving a king of angels, it wasn't impossible for a Sequence 5 to kill a heavily injured demigod through all sorts of coincidences. Furthermore, he had companions. Audrey read some certainty and confidence from the world's tone. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's going on?" She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. World, have you already become a demigod?" The World German Sparrow didn't give a direct answer as he chuckled. "In the future, if there are any matters involving demigods, you can entrust them to me." Every member present could tell what he was implying. He was already a bona fide Sequence 4 demigod. Furthermore, he had the strength to kill a powerhouse of the same level. At that moment, Katlia was strangely calm. She tried her best to recall what she had witnessed and heard about German Sparrow. She was absolutely certain that he was only a Sequence 6 back in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. He had relied on that glove to match a Sequence 5. As for German Sparrow's search for mermaids in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, he didn't hunt any of them. This meant that it was a requirement for the ritual. This meant that he was indeed advancing to Sequence 5 back then. His subsequent actions also proved this point. But now, it had only been about 3 months since German Sparrow entered the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, and he had already advanced to Sequence 4, becoming a demigod. This completely subverted Catlia's understanding of the world. She wasn't old, not even in her 30s. It had been about 7 or 8 years since she became a Sequence 5 and obtained the title of Admiral of Stars. However, it was only in the past 1 or 2 years that she felt that she had the confidence to attempt becoming a demigod. She began making the corresponding preparations, and she believed that her speed was rather outstanding. Mr. World is amazing. He became a demigod so quickly. Sun was delighted from the bottom of his heart. His admiration for Mr. World intensified. He only wished that he could be like him and become a demigod at an extremely fast speed. Audrey was both alarmed and delighted. Following that, she gained a deeper understanding of the abnormality in the world's German sparrow's mental state. From the looks of it, part of his gloominess and depression stems from the mutation that occurred after he became a demigod. This is the negative effects of the potion that gradually accumulated. It's just like how I nearly lost control when I became a psychiatrist. Also, after he became a Sequence 4 and gained godhood, he would naturally be able to see more of the truth. From there, he discovered that he had been asleep for a long time, that his family had passed away, and that he had lost his goal. How pitiful. With the gentleness in his heart, he must have abnormally deep feelings for his family and friends. However, I'm really envious. As Mr. Fool's blessed, he can advance so quickly. I also wish to become a demigod as soon as possible. Just now, Mr. Fool's words of changing times really left me flustered, while Emlyn and the other members were in shock. The hanging man Alger also had similar emotions. He also felt a strong sense of envy and jealousy towards the world's German sparrow, but he thought of more. As Mr. Fool's blessed, it's clearly not an accident for German sparrow to be embroiled in the matter between Adam, a king of angels, and 0-08. On the other hand, it's more reasonable and explainable that this was a joint scheme between the angel of imagination Adam and Mr. Fool, two mythical figures that existed before the cataclysm, one for the sake of recovery, and the other for the sake of advancing further, had secretly come together. Amidst his thoughts, Alger had another idea. Since Adam has obtained 0-08 and opened the door to the divine throne, what about Mr. Fool? What benefits did he gain from this matter? Subconsciously, the hanging man Alger turned around and lowered his head slightly to look at the end of the long bronze table. He didn't dare to look straight at it, and all he could do was pay attention to the corners. P.S. Recommending a fantasy novel from a fellow reader. Just read the introduction and you'll know that it's a curly-haired baboon, the ruler of Evernight. Transmigrating to an alternate world with magic, he picked up a divine spark and unexpectedly gained a group of believers. A particular mage's life of cheating began from this. Chapter 987. Almost instantly, the hanging man Alger realized that Mr. Fool was different from before. In the past, although Mr. Fool was lofty and profound, making it impossible for others to fathom him, making him feel as though he was looking down on everything from a high vantage point, that was all. It wasn't like now. Even if he didn't do anything, he seemed to be one with the entire space. Furthermore, he clearly stood at the top, directly showing that he was the ruler here. With a sweep of his gaze, Alger saw the third card of blasphemy and became more certain of his guess. Indeed, Mr. Fool and Angel of Imagination Adam had worked together to plot against Ensanguil. One of them obtained 0-08, taking him one step closer to becoming a deity, while the other obtained many benefits including the card of blasphemy, allowing him to recover most of his strength. Times had changed as a result. At that moment, the hanging man Alger had a deeper understanding of what Mr. Fool had just said. Without a doubt, the other members of the tarot had noticed him turning his head and realized that he had cast his gaze at Mr. Fool. After a brief moment of surprise, they quickly or slowly came to a realization. Mr. Fool knew of Angel of Imagination Adam's plot against Ensanguil from the very beginning, and he had sent his bless to cooperate with him, and had even directly provided him with some help. If not for that, how could a newly advanced demigod be involved in a matter that involved a king of angels and a grade 0 sealed artifact? If not for that, even if the world, German Sparrow, was embroiled in all sorts of coincidences, he wouldn't have been able to understand it so clearly. The acquisition of the card of blasphemy, Mr. World's advancement, and Zangwill's death, as well as the achievement of Angel of Imagination Adam's goal, all of them happened simultaneously within a week. This means that they are inextricably linked. My intuition from before was right. Obtaining a new card of blasphemy and Mr. World's abnormal mental state are two different outcomes of the same matter. Audrey nodded slightly to verify her guess. Leonard increasingly felt that the matter with Zangwill was more complicated than he had imagined. He believed that apart from King of Angels Adam, there were likely other important figures at the same level. Otherwise, there was no need for Amon's brother, the child of the ancient sun god, to seek Mr. Fool's help. After all, no matter how powerful and terrifying 0-08 was, it was impossible for it to compare to the blasphemer described by Old Man Palaz Zoroast. And Adam and Amon weren't too far apart. That evil spirit that was sent to the underworld by Klein isn't simple either. It's definitely not something that can be described by the hunter pathway. Yes, Klein's participation in Zangwill's matter wasn't just for revenge, but also because of Mr. Fool's orders. As Leonard sighed, he didn't feel any negative emotions. Instead, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. From his point of view, this was a very normal situation. For Mr. Fool to agree to convene such a gathering and establish a corresponding organization, with a deity personally presiding over it, it definitely wasn't because he wanted to make this place livelier or purely out of kindness. He definitely had his own goals and needs, and he hoped to complete it through a blessed like Klein and a member like him. Therefore, taking revenge on Zangwill and accepting Mr. Fool's mission didn't contradict each other. The latter wouldn't lower the quality of the former. As for why he was relieved, it was because Leonard believed that it was better for Mr. Fool to clearly reveal his goals than leaving everything in chaos and unknown. There was no need for him to make guesses and wait in fear. In the beginning, he was extremely wary of Palaz Zoroast precisely because he couldn't determine his true goals. At that moment, the fool Klein didn't say a word. He didn't confirm or deny the guesses and judgments of the members. He controlled the world, German Sparrow, and made him continue. Adam might very well have established a very secretive organization and is secretly guiding the development of the times. Many important figures that you can't imagine are members of this organization. They have plotted one incident after another. Also, after you leave this place, do not say or write down Adam's name, including his title. Try not to think too much about related matters, because he has the characteristic of everything that is mentioned will be known. The more you know about him, the more likely he will know of you. This is similar to 0-08. After hearing Mr. World's description, Audrey immediately recalled the mysterious organization that Mr. Fool had told her about. Twilight Hermit Order. This quickly made her come up with a corresponding guess. King of Angels Adam is the leader of the Twilight Hermit Order. Angel of Imagination belongs to the Spectator Pathway, and it's likely the same for 0-08. Therefore, everything that is mentioned will be known is a high-level beyonder power of this pathway. It's the same for, the more someone knows, the more likely they are to know of them. How impressive! But wouldn't this be too noisy? Audrey was momentarily envious, but she was also worried and puzzled. Everything that is mentioned will be known. So the organization that assassinated the Duke of Negan and stood behind Zillings was established by King of Angels Adam. The hanging man Alger was first enlightened before his expression sank slightly. He began to suspect that the primitive island he had previously explored had something to do with this secret organization. This was because Zillings had once ventured deep into it and discovered many things. Furthermore, the island's final disappearance resembled the powers of the dragon of imagination described by Sunday. With the two combined, Alger couldn't help but have such a guess. He further felt that Mr. Fool and Angel of Imagination Adam's cooperation began when he and German Sparrow entered the primitive island. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that it was the truth. This was because after the existence in the island ruin was awakened, it only let out a sigh and didn't stop him and German Sparrow from escaping. So that's how it is. The arrangements of the important figures sure are secretive. I didn't notice it at all back then. The games of the deities sure are complicated. Perhaps only a sequence one, or even a king of angels, has the right to participate. The hanging man Alger sighed as he felt a baffling sense of desire. Magician's Furs had already forgotten about the mysterious organization that Mr. Fool had mentioned back then. Only when she heard the words, "Everything that is mentioned will be known," did she realize that it was related to the Duke of Negan's assassination. However, she wasn't concerned about this problem, but something else. Previously, when she informed Zio of the tarot situation and most of the general knowledge, she mentioned Adam's name. Adam also has the characteristic of everything that is mentioned will be known. He already knows about me and Zio? Furs was alarmed as she couldn't help but turn her head and cast her gaze at Zio, who was one person away. Back then, she had learned that Adam was the son of the Creator from Ma-Am Hermit, and she had never emphasized on not mentioning the name of this king of angels to the outside world. "I mentioned Adam in the real world," Magician's Furs said, clearly stuttering. Zio's mind tensed up as though a venomous snake had crawled into her clothes and was moving up her back. Katlia tersely acknowledged. "Don't worry. Although there aren't many people who know of Adam and Amon in real life, there aren't too few either. I've mentioned his name on many occasions. As long as what you say doesn't involve any secrets, I believe he will at most look at you for a moment before moving his gaze away." When she said these words, she was more certain, because in the Moses ascetic order, which was pursued by knowledge, Adam's existence was not a secret, and people often mentioned it. At that moment, her mind was filled with another matter. Could the secret ancient organization that Roselle the Great had joined be the one that King of Angels Adam had created? Furs hurriedly recalled and said rather nervously, "That's right. It involves the forsaken land of the gods, the giant king's court, Amon and kings of angels. Is there a problem with that?" What she was most thankful for was that she did not mention the name, Tarot, at that time, nor did she describe the other members. At most, she said that the gloomiest one was the German Sparrow. The hermit Katlia thought for a moment. "With your sequence, it is indeed strange for you to talk about this level of knowledge. However, as long as Adam delves deeper, he will discover that you are related to the house of Abraham, so it is normal for you to know this. What you need to take note of is that in the future, when it involves the house of Abraham, you have to be wary of Adam." "How can I guard against it?" Furs forced a helpless smile and glanced at the end of the long bronze table before looking back at the hermit. Then, she looked back at the hermit and said, "Thank you for your analysis." As Mr. Fool didn't say anything, she decided to believe Ma-Am Hermit's words. At this moment, the Fool Klein sighed silently in his heart. When Katlia mentioned Adam on the tarot, he didn't know that Adam's name couldn't be said, nor did he know that Adam was related to the Twilight Hermit Order. It was only when he entered Roselle's travels that he learned from Snowman that Adam was an angel of imagination and had some guesses. When he saw Mr. Doerr's reminder in Roselle the Great's diary, he made a preliminary confirmation, but he ultimately didn't have the chance to remind the members. In addition, the way the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Steam had casually mentioned Adam's name made him believe that many people in the real world knew of Adam, so there was no need to avoid it. Furthermore, Adam might not be his full name. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to direct the topic of conversation in this direction during the gathering. Instead, he waited for an opportunity. Everything that is said will be known? The organization created by Adam is very powerful. This is the stage goal that our tarot is aiming for? As Emlyn sighed, he gained a clearer understanding of the tarot. Previously, he had been searching for the tarot's location and discovered that it wasn't like an Orthodox church, nor was it different from other secret organizations. Apart from the League of Saviors, there were too many unique aspects that made it difficult for him to figure them out. And today, he finally confirmed that the initial development of the tarot could match up to Adam's organization. Knowing the characteristics of 0-08, Leonard wasn't surprised that Adam had similar characteristics. He was more concerned about the organization that had many important figures involved, as well as the House of Abraham that Ma-M Hermit had mentioned. He had once heard Palez Zoroast mention. This family had an extremely high status in the Fourth Epoch. Chapter 988. According to Leonard's understanding, among the aristocrats of the Tudor Empire in the Fourth Epoch, the House of Abraham was ranked first. It was better than the Ammon family, which had a blasphemer. Of course, he wasn't sure if the so-called Ammon family was completely made up of the Son of God's avatars, without any other members. Miss Magicians is actually an important member of the House of Abraham. Everyone here isn't simple. Is this the so-called gathering of protagonists? Leonard first sighed before he gave a self-deprecating remark. Son didn't say a word, nor did he make any connections. He seriously listened to Mr. World's description, as well as the conversation between the magicians and the hermit, keeping it firmly in mind. To him, no matter what happened in the outside world, where the other members were, it had little to do with him or the City of Silver. Only the King of Angels was something worth paying attention to. After all, be it the Angel of Fate Ouroboros, the Dark Angel Sasra, or the Red Angel Medici, they had all left traces around the City of Silver. Furthermore, the Angel of Time Ammon had personally appeared, bringing with him an indescribable horror. After everyone quietened down, Derek couldn't help but consider some questions. Any mention of it will be known. How should I inform the chief of this information? Or perhaps it's fine not to mention it for the time being. I just need to mention that Ammon is the son of the Creator, and that he has a brother who is of the same pathway as the Dragon of Imagination. If the City of Silver were to encounter a disaster that it can't resist, would he be able to hear me if I said Adam's name? Would he be able to enter this land that has been forsaken by the gods? With this in mind, Derek immediately felt a little ashamed. This was because even if there was such a situation, he should have said Mr. Fool's honorific name. At this moment, the world's German sparrow spoke again. Although War Angel Medici has long perished, he hasn't completely perished. Although War Angel Medici has long perished, he hasn't completely perished. The spirit he left behind has fused with the remnant souls of the ancestors of the Sauron and Einhorn families, forming an evil spirit. It appeared in Zangwill's death. Klein had specially pointed out this matter. Firstly, it was to pass the corresponding information to the Church of Evernight through Leonard. Secondly, it was to warn the hanging man. After all, this gentleman had been to Bansi twice. He might have some entanglement with the Red Angel evil spirit. That evil spirit is War Angel Medici? While Leonard was shocked, he wasn't too astonished. He had guessed that Adam wasn't the only big shot who had appeared at that time. Then, from the comparison between the two titles of War Angel and Angel of Imagination, he suspected that the evil spirit was a king of angels when it was alive. And under the influence of the Fate Siphon charm, such an evil spirit was sent into the underworld without any resistance. Old man's level might be higher than I imagined. Yes, before Ma-M Daly and I arrived, the evil spirit must have been weakened by Adam and even Mr. Fool. Otherwise, it's not an enemy we can fight. Right, what was Adam doing back then? I didn't see him appear during the entire battle. Could it be that there's an important figure at the level of a king of angels pestering Adam? Leonard's heart churned as he forgot to observe the reactions of the other members. War Angel Medici. After he perished, he transformed into an evil spirit. Bansi is where his descendants live. He is one of the founders of Rose Redemption. The hanging man Alger quickly connected the series of information and understood many things. The mural I saw at the telegraph office in Bansi Harbor was likely drawn by this evil spirit. The German Sparrow of the world got me to go to Bansi Harbor to investigate the traces in order to grasp the whereabouts of this terrifying evil spirit so that the subsequent plans wouldn't be able to proceed. Thankfully, I didn't destroy the mural back then. Otherwise, I might have attracted the attention of the evil spirit. As Alger heaved a sigh of relief, he became even more vigilant. He planned on getting the Blue Avenger to leave Bansi Harbor and head north of the Sonia Sea to investigate the other matter the world had previously entrusted him with. Audrey, Katlia, and the other members listened attentively without making too many connections. This was because the matter described by the World German Sparrow contained the most important and crucial information. Furthermore, they lacked the additional experience and knowledge to expand on the problem. After sharing the information that needed attention, the world chuckled hoarsely. That's about it. After a brief moment of silence, Emlyn straightened his back and looked ahead. An important figure from the race is about to arrive in Bakeland. He specifically requested to meet me. He paused for a moment, and seeing that the other members didn't respond, he cleared his throat. How should I deal with him? Another angel. Leonard felt a baffling sense of numbness before noticing a problem. Mr. Moon had mentioned the concept of race, and he had red eyes. Leonard was taken aback as he thought to himself, this is a sanguine? Sanguine. Don't tell me he's Emlyn White from the Harvest Church? He's very close to Klein's identity as a great detective. Leonard couldn't help but take a few more looks at the Moon's side profile and figure. The more he looked, the more familiar he became. Without a doubt, Emlyn had sensed the star sizing him up, just like how Audrey was surprised and excited to confirm that Mr. Star had suddenly discovered that he knew Mr. Moon. Did I say something wrong just now? This fellow, the Star, seems a little surprised. He knows me in the real world? Do I know him? A series of thoughts flashed through Emlyn's mind. He subconsciously wanted to move his nose to sniff at the new member next door, but he was obstructed by the gray fog, making it difficult for him to find anything. As he surveyed his surroundings, waiting for the hanging man, the hermit, and the world to give him an analysis and suggestion, he tried hard to recall if he had seen anyone like the Star. Gradually, he felt a sense of familiarity, but because he didn't have a deep impression of it, he found it difficult to recall. At this moment, Audrey was thinking of another question. Mr. World and Mr. Star know each other, and Mr. Star knows Mr. Moon. Then, could Mr. World also know Mr. Moon? She subconsciously sized up the bottom of the long bronze table, but she wasn't able to read any useful information from the World's German Sparrow. As for the hanging man, Alger, after a few seconds of thought, he turned his head to look at the moon and deliberated before saying, Mr. Fool just said that the times have changed. Mr. Fool just said that the times have changed. Although the important figures of the Sanguine might not know the whole story, with their level, they should more or less be aware of it and be prepared to deal with it. That important figure has requested to meet you. It's both a probe and an observation. Just perform as you usually do, but there might be some tests and missions in the future. Just as I thought, the second step of the test and mission is here. I wonder what revelation the ancestor will give. Emlyn nodded slightly and said to the hanging man, Thank you. Thank you. Seeing that the question from before had been answered, Magician's Furs, who had been holding back for a while, took the initiative to speak. Mr. Moon, the information you provided about the abandoned castle is very problematic. There are indeed 2 ancient wraiths there, but there's also a door underground. Sealed behind that door is a powerful corruptive force. As long as one enters the area where the ancient wraiths are, they will be corroded by it. This. Emlyn frowned slightly. He wasn't angry. Instead, he felt that there was nothing wrong with Miss Magician's explanation. Since the person who provided the information knew that there were 2 ancient wraiths there was no reason to ignore that door. As a cultured and noble sanguine, Emlyn never wished for others to suffer losses or injuries because of his mistakes or negligence. He minded this a lot, so he thought for a moment and said solemnly, "I'm not sure." After some thought, he said solemnly, "I will investigate the source of the information and give you an explanation." As Magician's furs had already returned safely, she didn't mind too much about it. She tersely acknowledged and indicated that she would wait for the outcome. As for Mr. Fool's saving grace, it happened once or even twice a month, so she couldn't keep track of it. All she wanted was to do whatever Mr. Fool instructed her in the future. After hearing their conversation, Audrey asked with some concern and curiosity, "What's the matter? Do you know what brought about the corruptive power?" Magician's furs shook her head. "I don't know." Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't give any hints, and that she didn't have Roselle's diary to exchange for the answer to the card of blasphemy, Audrey retracted her gaze and focused on listening to the other members' conversation. After a while, the learning part was completed, and the tarot came to an end. All the members stood up, bowed to the end of the long bronze table, and left. This time, Leonard was not as slow as before. The crimson light dissipated, and he returned to the real world. In front of him was a red glove that he had yet to put on. At this moment, a slightly aged voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Just now, whose dream did you enter? The old man is awake." Leonard was delighted at first, but then he heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't immediately reply to Pallas Zoros's question as he deliberated before saying. Instead, he deliberated and said, "Do you think it's possible that Don Dantes is Aztec Eggers at some point in time? He used some item to disguise himself?" After knowing that Don Dantes was a public identity, he began to doubt Old Man's previous judgment. This was because this parasite had come to a conclusion based on the difference in appearance and aura between Aztec Eggers and Don Dantes. And it had to be known that not every blessed of Mr. Fool looked like Don Dantes. Every one of them was a beyonder of the seer pathway. Therefore, since he had created such a public identity, it meant that they had a mystical item or sealed artifact that could transform into someone else. Coupled with the interference of the ancient aura of the blessed, it wasn't impossible for the angel to make a wrong judgment. Pallas Zorost fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "You reminded me. You reminded me that Aztec Eggers definitely has a mask that allows him to transform into anyone." Chapter 989. As expected, Leonard, who had verified his thoughts, did not dwell on this matter anymore. He returned to the topic at hand. "Old man, didn't you just ask me whose dream I went to?" "Yes, during the process of taking revenge on Enzanguil, Amon's brother, a certain king of angels, appeared." In his mind, the slightly aged voice did not immediately respond. After a few seconds, it sighed. "Just as I expected, matters related to 0-08 will definitely attract Adam at some point in time. Fortunately, I chose to sleep in advance." Leonard didn't have time to ponder over Pallas Zoros's words as he instinctively exclaimed, "Old man, you said his name." Adam's gaze was about to be cast over, and it had already been cast over. The slightly aged voice let out a heh. "You actually know about Adam's uniqueness. However, it doesn't matter if I mention it. He will only think that others are talking about him. Of course, you don't have to know too much about it. That way, you will definitely think about it occasionally. Once the number of times or the distance is close, Adam will know about it, just like 0-08. Besides, 0-08's range of influence is only a large city, while Adam is the entire world. As terrifying as Ammon. A different kind of terror. Leonard composed himself and forced himself not to think about Adam. He recalled Pallas Zoros's words. Suddenly, he blurted out, almost unable to suppress his voice. "Old man, you didn't sleep because you were weak, but because you were worried about running into Ammon's brothers?" Cough. Pallas cleared his throat and said, "There are 2 reasons, so there's no contradiction. After giving you 2 worms of time, my condition deteriorated again. Under such circumstances, how am I to face a king of angels and conceal my existence? I'm already so old, and my arms and legs are old. If there's no need, I definitely have to hide a little." For a moment, Leonard couldn't find the words to refute. "Ammon and his brothers should be older than you. The ancient god of the sun was an ancient god before the cataclysm." Without waiting for Pallas Zoros's response, he heaved a sigh of relief. "In other words, because of your self-isolation and slumber, that king of angels didn't notice anything wrong with me?" Pallas chuckled. "No, I found it." Leonard's expression froze, and he almost looked around. He suspected that Adam was sitting in some corner of the room, quietly listening to his conversation with the old man. At this moment, Pallas Zorost added, "Back then, you must have been very close to him. Do you think your thoughts can be hidden from a king of angels who accommodates the spectator pathway's uniqueness? Also, you probably called him old man, impolitely at the critical moment." Leonard was stunned for a moment before he subconsciously replied, You heard me?" He suspected that the old man had clearly heard it, but he had not replied on purpose, afraid that Adam would find out. "No." Pallas' slightly aged voice was filled with banter. "I don't need to hear to know what you would do. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are?" Amidst Leonard's slight embarrassment, Pallas Zorost continued, "Adam definitely knows that you have been parasitized. But due to my slumber and self-isolation, he has no way of discovering who's parasitizing you. There aren't many demigods with such powers, but neither are there too few." "Is that so?" Leonard heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. What he was most worried about was that Adam had seen old man and would return to inform blasphemer Ammon. With this in mind, Leonard raised a question that had accumulated in his mind. "Old man, what's a king of angels?" Pallas Zorost didn't ask Leonard where he learned of this concept and simply explained, "That's right." He simply explained, "Those that exceed sequence 1 and have yet to become a god. If you specifically mention the 8 kings of angels, it's referring to the definition just now. They are those who served the ancient sun god before the cataclysm." What does it mean to exceed sequence 1 and have yet to become a god? How did he do it? To accommodate the so-called uniqueness? Leonard had the intention to ask further, but he suspected that old man wouldn't explain in detail. Hence, he decided to talk about something else first before finding an opportunity to circle back. He deliberated for a moment and suppressed his voice. "In the battle to seek revenge on Zangwill, I encountered great difficulties. I couldn't even look straight at my enemy, much less use the fate siphon charm. With no results from seeking your help, I chose to recite Mr. Fool's honorific name and received feedback. After the matter was over, I felt like I was in a dream. I headed for an ancient palace, above the endless gray fog." Before Leonard could finish, Pallas, who was silently listening, interrupted him. "You met the fool?" "Yes, his aura was deeper than the sea and more lofty than a mountain. His figure was shrouded in gray fog, preventing me from seeing him clearly." Leonard recalled the past and described it in a poetic manner. "He established an organization that holds a meeting in front of the gods every Monday afternoon. It's a real meeting in front of the gods, and I'm now a member of it." Pallas fell silent once again. He didn't speak for a long time before saying, after a long while, he said, "Is this what the fool told you to tell me?" "Yes." Sitting there, Leonard nodded and said to the air with a suppressed voice, Old man, do you know him? Pallas Zoros sighed and said, No, but I can roughly guess his origins. I don't know him, but I can roughly guess his origin. You don't have to ask what it is, I won't tell you. Heh, this might be your chance. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult for you to become a demigod. Leonard opened his mouth before closing it again. He didn't mention the tarot gathering again because Mr. Fool didn't say that the other details were to be divulged. He thought for a moment. Old man, is there another king of angels named Medici, known as War Angel? Pallas tersely acknowledged, yes. You can also call him Red Angel. However, he has long perished. You've even approached the place where he died. Where? Leonard was surprised. He had no impression of it. Pallas scoffed. Are all your Evernight Pathways memories that bad? I don't remember your goddess being like that. Do you remember the underground ruin discovered in Bakeland? Tudor-Tuluan Sostal United Empire? The place where Alista Tudor became Blood Emperor? Leonard asked in enlightenment. Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice resounded once again. Yes. As Leonard tried to figure out the logic behind it, he informed Old Man about the evil spirit. The psyche left behind by Medici merged with the remnant souls of the two archangels, Sauron and Einhorn, forming a brand new evil spirit? Pallas repeated Leonard's words in disbelief. Following that, he couldn't hide his smile as he said, The three of them are absolute archenemies, the kind where I can't exist without you. After their deaths, they actually fused as one. This is really, haha, it'll definitely be lively. Leonard didn't quite understand what Old Man was laughing about as he subconsciously asked, They are archenemies? Pallas restrained his smile and said, Yes. The reason why Medici failed, and was captured was because he was dealing with the ancestor of the Sauron family who had fallen into his trap. It's not that he wasn't prepared, but it was mainly focused on the primordial Demonis, who knew that Alista Tudor would suddenly go crazy. In this matter, Amon and Adam played a rather important role. That evil spirit and Adam are enemies. Why did Blood Emperor capture Medici and the two archangels, Sauron and Einhorn? The place where they perished was the palace where Alista Tudor became Blood Emperor. They are materials for the ritual to become a true god? Yes, according to Mr. Fool, after Adam obtained 0-08, he is closer to becoming a deity. Is this also considered as gathering materials? Could this be the reason why Amon dealt with Old Man? Leonard had some guesses and wanted to ask, but he ultimately didn't say a word. He was afraid that touching on something too secretive would cause Old Man to have a bad reaction. He planned on finding an opportunity to ask about this on the tarot later. After a brief silence, Leonard looked at the closed door and suppressed his voice. Does Mr. Fool and the Church have a certain level of tacit understanding to a certain extent? The fact that no one has come to investigate you means so, Pallas Zorost answered rather directly. Leonard nodded indiscernibly. What will they do to me next? How? They'll record your contributions, and once you're done digesting the potion, they'll advance you to Sequence 5. Then, they'll assign you a Red Gloves team to complete missions, or they'll transfer you to a large diocese like Bakeland to be a deacon in charge of a particular aspect, Pallas said without much thought. Return to Bakeland. Klein seems to be plotting something in Bakeland. Leonard's thoughts suddenly wandered. He didn't speak to Old Man again as he leaned against the wall, placed his hands behind his head, and sat very casually. Late at night, in a city bordering East Balham and West Balham, outside a row of warehouses, Don Dantes, who had white sideburns and was dressed in a formal suit, held a golden-laid cane. He exchanged a secret signal with the officer on duty and gave the password. Then, he saw the officer open the door to a warehouse and heard him say in a relaxed tone, "It's all inside. Everything inside is yours. You can inspect the goods and move them yourself. Also, give me the final payment before you leave." Don Dantes nodded slightly and weighed the suitcase in his hand. It contained a total of £5,000 in cash, all of which came from May Sanchez's advance payment. At this time, in a 3-story building 2 warehouses away, 2 figures were quietly watching all of this. Chapter 990. On the top floor of the building, a black-haired, brown-eyed man in dark clothes, who looked to be in his late 20s, looked down at the arms deal not far away. He couldn't help but say, "He's actually looking for May Sanchez? Oh, holy Lord of Storms, Alfred, if we had known this would happen, we might as well have done this mission ourselves. Even after deducting the various expenses, we would have earned at least £20,000. Beside the man was a young man in a black trench coat. He looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, with resplendent blonde hair and blue eyes that resembled a lake. He was rather good-looking. The person known as Alfred shook his head and said, "No, that would be too obvious. No, that would be too obvious. May Sanchez's stance has always been vague. Before figuring out his stance, rashly discussing an arms deal with him is an extremely dangerous matter. Dwayne Dantes was able to earn £20,000 because he dared to take risk." The black-haired, brown-eyed man immediately scoffed. Alfred Hall, who led a few dozen men to attack an army of more than 1,000, actually said that he didn't dare take the risk? Alfred shot a glance at him and said, "Pagani, this isn't the same thing. Back then, it was because I had the confidence to wipe out their command center. And once there's no organization, 1,000 scattered soldiers might not even be as powerful as 1,000 pigs. In addition, this deal is a form of probing. It's part of establishing a pipeline to establish contact. If it's done by us, who will we find the next time? What about the next time? If we continue doing this, we will eventually expose our identities. If that happens, diplomatic relations will be passive. Besides, as the deals deepen and expand, it might attract the attention of demigods from certain factions. When that happens, it will be dangerous." "Haha," Pagani said with a laugh. "How can a demigod be so free to pay attention to such small-scale arms deals? Every faction only has a few demigods. There are too many things waiting for them to do." "I know. I'm only giving an example," Alfred replied stoutly. Pagani didn't harp on this matter as he cast his gaze at Don Dantes, who was outside the warehouse. "This gentleman is said to be very generous. Not long after he arrived in Bakeland, he donated shares worth more than £10,000 to the Church of Evernight. Is this the initial investment you often speak of? Also, he seems to be working in the same charity foundation as your sister. TSK, a man like him is very popular with girls. He's good-looking, has an outstanding temperament, is smart, has experience, and has skills. He's met countless women, but he's at the age where he should settle down. Alfred, you have to tell Audrey that a playboy will always be a playboy, and that a bad character is a shortcoming that can never be corrected. We can't let the most dazzling jewel of Bakeland be stolen by such a guy." Alfred turned his head and glared at Pagani. "I don't need to worry about this. Audrey isn't a young and naive girl. Her understanding of the world is far more mature than you think. Besides, my father and mother are both in Bakeland. They have enough power to stop some bad things from happening." At this point, Alfred looked at the ammunition warehouse not far away and paused for a moment before continuing. "May Sanchez actually sent Haggis. I'll go greet him. This isn't a suitable time to meet, right?" Just as Pagani was about to say something, Alfred had already turned around and walked down the stairs. Klein, who had transformed into Don Dantes, didn't bring any servants. He held a golden-laid cane and stood outside the warehouse with May Sanchez's representative, Haggis. They watched as boxes of firearms were carried out and placed onto carriages. At this moment, he seemed to sense something as he half turned his body and cast his gaze elsewhere. What he saw was a young man without a hat and wearing a trench coat. His blonde hair was combed back diagonally, and his blue eyes resembled a lake under a clear sky. His figure was slender and well-proportioned, and every action he took exuded an indescribable sense of authority. Even though there were no soldiers around him, he exuded a sense of authority. Alfred. Haggis also noticed this gentleman as he shouted in pleasant surprise. Alfred, Miss Justice's second brother. This feeling is very similar to the arbiter pathway. Klein raised his right hand, took off his top hat, and pressed it to his chest as a form of greeting. After Alfred Hall greeted Haggis, he turned to look at Don Dantes. Your character is widely praised in Bakeland. Even I, who is in East Balham, have heard of it. Character? The character of an arms dealer? Klein lampooned as he chuckled. I only did what I thought I should do. Alfred nodded. I believe there's no need for me to introduce myself, right? Haggis should have mentioned me to you. Yes, Colonel Hall. Klein replied with a smile. I only found out after coming here that Miss Audrey has an older brother in the southern continent. He's serving in the army and has made many contributions. Alfred swept his gaze across Don Dantes's face and changed the topic. I originally thought you would seize the opportunity to work at the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. I didn't expect you to actually choose to come to the southern continent. Klein maintained his smile. For an outsider, it is difficult to truly enter the circle with donations, charity, banquets, and dancing. Alfred hummed in acknowledgement. Very rational. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he asked Haggis, what happened in Kukua recently? It seems very serious. Hodges forced a smile onto his face. I'm not sure. At that time, we were all hiding under the general's residence. I only heard that there was a thunderstorm in the Resurrection Square area. Thunderstorm? Alfred's gaze turned to Don Dantes once again. Klein nodded and said, indeed. The hotel I stayed in wasn't too far from Resurrection Square. I saw lightning continuously strike there. All of this happened during the day. Alfred's gaze shifted to Haggis. What was the scene like at the end? Most of the place had collapsed. There were traces of lightning strikes everywhere. Haggis didn't hide anything. Alfred nodded slightly and pointed to the side. He said to Haggis and Don Dantes, I still have some matters to attend to. We'll talk again when we have the chance in the future. See you next time, Klein replied with a top hat. It was as though he was at a social gathering and not outside an arms warehouse. Just as he watched Alfred Hall leave, his body moved slightly as his head suddenly turned to the side. In a primitive forest that was filled with trees in East and West Balham, a figure with a bent back slowly appeared. His face was meaty and his skin was brown. His clothes were loose, and he had a rapier by his waist. He held a silver mask in his hand. After looking around, the figure slowly straightened his body. He was none other than Admiral Hell Ludwell, who had previously entered the underworld. However, at that moment, his eyes were burning with two blood-red flames. He looked completely different from before. So hungry. Ludwell opened his mouth and let out a sigh that seemed to come from his chest. He then cast his gaze in a particular direction and muttered to himself, Over there is the owner of this marionette. The owner of this marionette is there. Fate has allowed them to meet again. He has an item from the hunter pathway on him. It's perfect for me to replenish him. Before he could finish his sentence, a bloody mouth suddenly split open on Ludwell's left cheek as it opened and closed. It opened and closed, saying, Medici, we first need to resolve the problem of existence. After this marionette completely loses contact with its owner, it's equivalent to him truly dying. The remnant spirit will soon return to the underworld, unable to maintain its body. And without the support of the underworld in his body, we will inevitably weaken until we dissipate. Yes, the most important thing now is to find another gatekeeper. A mouth appeared on Ludwell's right cheek. Red Angel Medici immediately chuckled. Sauron Einhorn, were the two of you women in the past? You have thrown the status of an angel into the toilet. That fellow was able to resist 008's arrangements a few times, which means that he's definitely not simple. How can we let go of this opportunity to lock onto him? Once this marionette completely perishes, it won't be that easy anymore. Besides, the hunter pathway item on him can effectively increase the amount of time we can exist. It won't be too late to find a new gatekeeper after we finish him off. The bloody gash on Ludwell's left cheek immediately scoffed. Medici, have you sacrificed your brain to the true creator? That fellow has clearly advanced. In our present state, it's not difficult to defeat a bizarro sorcerer, but it's nearly impossible to kill him. Medici wasn't angry as he chuckled. It's not like there's no way to resolve this. As long as you let me chant the Lord's honorific name, helpers will immediately come. They might even bring their own gatekeepers. The mouth on Ludwell's right cheek immediately opened and closed. Sauron, let's join forces to resist him and find the gatekeeper. All right, Ludwell's left cheek replied without any hesitation. Upon seeing this, Red Angel Medici laughed out loud. The two of you were indeed fooled. My plan has succeeded. I'm certain that the two of you were women in the past. Ludwell's left and right cheeks growled. Shut up. Humph, we've been fused together for 2,000 years. How can we not know your tricks? There's no need to struggle. As he spoke, the colors around Admiral Hell Ludwell instantly thickened as they stacked together. He had already entered the spirit world and began traversing it. Outside the arms warehouse, Klein finally retracted his gaze. The sense of danger had vanished. At that moment, he felt a baffling sense of trepidation, but he was unable to produce the corresponding scene in his mind. What's going on? Klein silently muttered to himself. Without waiting any further, he threw the suitcase in his hand to the officer who was in charge of the handover. Then, he said to Haggis, whatever happens next is up to you. You can give me the rest. He was referring to a heavy chest filled with gold bars and coins. Haggis had planned on having a drink with Don Dantes after the handover was completed to celebrate the success of the matter and discuss possible future deals. He never expected him to be in such a rush to leave. All right, it's on that carriage, he said as he pointed. Alfred, who had already walked a distance away, also looked back in surprise. He didn't understand why Dwayne Dantes was suddenly not following the predetermined procedure. Chapter 991. Seeing Alfred looking over, Klein smiled and nodded. I suddenly feel a little dangerous. With that, he calmly turned around and walked towards the carriage that Haggis had pointed out. Danger. Alfred repeated the word in a low voice. He looked around cautiously, but did not find anything strange. He slowed down his pace and paid attention to his surroundings. He cautiously returned to the nearby three-story building. Pagani glanced at the solemn Alfred and asked in puzzlement, "What happened?" He was quite a distance away from the scene of the arms trade, so he couldn't hear the conversation clearly. Alfred walked to the window and looked down at the horses that had finished moving the munitions and were preparing to leave. Don Dantes suddenly left. He said he sensed danger. Danger? Pagani didn't let his guard down as he looked around warily. But even when Maysanchez's men left the area and disappeared into the darkness, he didn't notice anything amiss. He then laughed. Haha, Alfred, you are too sensitive. I think it's purely because Don Dantes is timid and doesn't want to stay here for too long. Alfred retracted his gaze and frowned. Maybe. After returning to the rented hotel, Klein asked Winner Enzo, who had turned into a mixed-blood young man, to open the box in his hand. He took out the gold bars and coins one by one and counted them. There was a total of 30,000 Ruan gold pounds here. Thankfully, I previously agreed on 10,000 Ruan gold coins with Miss Messenger. There's no need to exchange for anything else. Klein, who was leisurely sitting in a reclining chair, drank the sweet and sour water while supervising his marionette's work. When Enzo finished distributing the loot, he took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Rionette Tinker, who was holding the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads, immediately stepped out of the void, as though she had always been nearby. Her 8 eyes turned at the same time, looking at the pile of gold coins and gold bars. After a few seconds, the 4 heads in Rionette Tinker's hands spoke one after another. Very good. In the future, missions. Increase the price. Where is the logic behind this? I've paid the reward so quickly and promptly, so why would the reward be increased in the future? Klein was stunned for a second before he sat up straight and asked, What? Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads nodded seriously. Mission pricing depends on your ability to earn money. You can do that. Klein turned agape, unable to retort. After all, such matters were decided unilaterally by the helper. Furthermore, as he advanced to Sequence 4 and became a demigod, the missions that required Miss Messenger's help in the future would probably become more difficult and dangerous. It was only natural for her to raise the price. After Rionette Tinker swallowed the pile of gold coins and gold bars and disappeared from the room, Klein reined in his thoughts and began calculating his current wealth. I've spent quite a bit during this period of time. I still have £17,275 in cash and 65 gold coins. This pile of gold bars is worth £25,000. A total of more than £40,000. It's not a small amount in the entire Ruan Kingdom. It's enough to buy manors and land. The arms trade sure is profitable. Rionette Tinker's priority was gold coins, so the rest were gold bars. After standing up and putting the gold bars above the gray fog, Klein walked to the window and cast his gaze north. With the matters here over, he would return to Bakeland. After staring at the horizon for a while, Klein suddenly sighed silently. Bakeland North Borough, Bakeland University of Technology. Audrey was walking on campus with a few staff members of the Ruan Charity Bursary Foundation. She was wearing a simple light green dress with a white, unadorned belt around her waist. Her long blonde hair was wrapped around a rather playful veiled hat with a ribbon and flower. She didn't have any accessories on her, and she only wore a silver bracelet on her left wrist. She looked no different from a female student whose family conditions could only be considered average. During this period of time, she had been to a public elementary school located at the edge of East Borough. She had also visited a technical school in the Bakeland Bridge area. She had long understood what kind of clothes to wear on different occasions, unlike many nobles who treated charity events as social occasions. Her clear, green eyes darted around slightly as Audrey smiled faintly, seriously observing the situation of the students who came and went. These few days were the days when the Bakeland University of Technology sent out admission letters and the new batch of students came to register. Originally, the latter was supposed to take place at the end of August or the beginning of September, but the Bakeland University of Technology was a newly established school, so the entrance exam was later than other universities. The results were also released later, which meant that the students who applied to them were likely to have also taken the exam of other universities, or even been admitted. Therefore, they brought forward the registration process to verify the number of people and determine how many more students needed to be enrolled. Due to this reason, Audrey and the staff of the Ruan Charity Bursary Foundation came here to assist the first batch of approved applicants to complete the admission procedures. What she saw was that the faces of the students in this campus were brimming with radiance, and their actions revealed obvious confidence. Every word and action carried an indescribable vitality, as if they were full of yearning for the future and could see the light. This was completely different from the experience Audrey had in several public elementary schools. The students in those places were either rude, noisy, silent, or gloomy. What they had in common was that they were often confused and uneasy. When they met outsiders with status, their eyes were dim, and they lacked the high spirits that teenagers should have. I really hope that those children have the opportunity to receive higher education, so that they can be like the students here and work hard for a better future. Audrey sighed silently as she glanced at a man and a woman who seemed to be a pair of brother and sister. The brother had obviously entered society and started working. He wore a silk top hat and a thin black formal suit. He looked to be in his 30s and had the temperament of a government employee. He had borrowed an old camera from somewhere and placed it on the stand. He signaled for the sister to move and adjust her posture while looking for the best angle. The sister looked to be 17 or 18 years old. Her black hair was simply draped over her shoulders, and there was a hint of helplessness in her brown eyes, but she didn't say anything as she listened to the brother's instructions. Similar groups could be seen everywhere on campus. Some were parents and children, and some were a few friends. Such a scene sure is beautiful. Audrey retracted her gaze and walked forward. There was a square, and in the middle of it was a decommissioned steam locomotive. Its massive and complicated body stood upright, giving Bakeland University of Technology an industrial vibe. Whoosh! The monster-like steam locomotive spewed out smoke as it dragged its long body into the platform and slowed down. A mixed-blood girl who looked as exquisite as a doll held her mother's hand and waited in the rather long line. She excitedly asked her father, who was also a mixed blood of Rouen and Balam, about the situation in Desi Bay. As she slowly moved, she saw a gentleman with white sideburns and a top hat holding a gold-inlaid cane. He led a brown-skinned servant towards the first-class carriage. The servant looked around curiously and said, "Sir, the situation I've seen recently is different from what I imagined. Sir, the situation I've seen recently is different from what I imagined. I originally thought that the people of Balam would lead a difficult and painful life, with chaos, filth, poverty, and repression everywhere. But that's not the case at all. They can still drink water and smoke East Balam cigarettes. Some of them can even afford bicycles. Well, as you know, although I have Balam blood, I was born in Backland. I've never been to the southern continent before. Of course, my Dudanese is pretty good." The middle-aged gentleman chuckled, waved his cane, and said, "That's right. That's because we went to a pretty good city and a pretty good area. And the most miserable people of Balam are mostly in the villages, in the plantations. The rest are living around the factories, forming slums. We never had the chance to see them." As though sensing the girl's gaze, the gentleman with deep blue eyes and his servant turned their heads and smiled warmly. The corners of their mouths curled up, revealing 8 teeth. Then, they nodded slightly and retracted their gazes before continuing forward. Before long, the girl and her parents boarded the steam locomotive and found their seat. When the whir sounded again, the girl saw a man with dark brown skin and soft facial features. There was a red lump on the side of his face. His head was lowered as he pressed down on his top hat. He quickly went straight for the front of the train. The man knocked on the isolation door and entered the driver's compartment. He said to the conductor, "All the train attendants have been replaced with our people. The bridge up ahead will be where the sacrifice will be held." The bushy-bearded train conductor nodded his head and said, "Yes. May God be satisfied with the sacrifices on this train. May we obtain eternal life in His kingdom." Whir! The steam locomotive crossed one bridge and then another. After a long journey, it arrived at its destination without a hitch. The doll-like mixed-blood girl was a little exhausted. She wasn't as lively as before. Under her parents' lead, she followed the crowd of passengers and inched towards the door. There were a few train attendants standing at the door, helping the passengers take their luggage out of the carriage. When the girl and her parents passed by, the attendants curled up the corners of their mouths, revealing 8 teeth as they smiled warmly. After the little girl jumped onto the platform, she subconsciously turned around and glanced at the front of the steam car. She saw many figures standing outside the door, discussing something. Among them seemed to be the conductor and the man with the lump on the side of his face. In less than a second, all of them turned their heads over. The corners of their mouths curled up, revealing 8 teeth. The girl retracted her gaze and skipped away from the platform with her parents. Chapter 992. The cold wind howled on the platform at night, causing the hanging gas lamps to sway. In such a scene, the dim yellow light would sometimes elongate and sometimes shorten, causing the steam locomotive that was quietly parked on the track to occasionally escape from the darkness and fall into the shadows. There was an indescribable sense of eerie silence. At this moment, a group of policemen in black and white checkered uniforms entered the platform. Under the guidance of the railway company's duty manager, they walked towards the slightly old and huge train. I don't know why, but after all the passengers left, all the conductors, including the conductor, returned to their carriages and never came out again. I sent someone to find them and ask them to come out as soon as possible so that they could rest early. But the person who was sent ran out of the carriage very quickly, as if he had contracted a disease. All he could do was scream hysterically, "They're all dead, they're all dead." The duty manager of the railway company in a blue coat carried a lantern and explained the situation as he walked. From his slightly stuttering words and slightly trembling body, it was not difficult for the police to see that there was a great deal of fear hidden in his heart. It seemed that if someone suddenly patted his shoulder, he would suddenly jump up, drop everything, and run to the exit of the platform. This mood also infected the police. All of them put their hands on their waists and pressed on their gun holsters. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of leather boots stepping on the hard ground echoed. The policeman followed the manager on duty and vigilantly entered the front of a carriage. In this carriage there were 2 people sitting in each row. They were on the left and right sides of the carriage, far away from the windows. At this moment, they were leaning against the back of the seats motionlessly. With the illumination from the gas lamp outside the window and the lantern in his hand, the leading inspector quickly saw the scene before him clearly. The people here were all staff members of the steam locomotive. They wore blue uniforms of different styles for men and women, and they sat quietly in different positions. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were open. Although they were no longer breathing, the corners of their mouths were clearly curled up, revealing 8 teeth. Everyone's hair stood on end when they saw the almost identical smiles, and they subconsciously held their breaths. To them, such a scene was too strange and terrifying. They just wanted to turn around immediately, leave this place, and come back to check on the situation at daybreak. The leading inspector secretly took 2 deep breaths before he gave an order to the police officer beside him. "Go and confirm if they're all dead." At this point, he glanced at the duty manager of the railway company. "Follow them and see if there are too many or too few people." "Oh, okay, officer," the manager on duty said in a trembling voice. As he and a few other police officers entered the carriage, the rest of the people pulled out their pistols and were on high alert. In the unbearable silence, time slowly passed. Finally, a few police officers stopped at the end of the carriage and turned around to shout, "All confirmed dead." The railway company's duty manager followed up with a trembling voice. "2 people are missing, a conductor and a driver." Seeing that there were no accidents after such a long time, the leading inspector calmed down a lot. He thought for a while and said to all the police officers, "Protect the body and wait for the cause of death to be examined. At the same time, split into 2 groups. One group will go to the other carriages to look for the conductor and the driver. The other group will investigate the scene and collect the relevant information. When the sun rises, we will investigate the train crew and the passengers who were there before. We will look for similarities and differences." Although many passengers didn't show their identification documents when buying tickets, the leading inspector believed that he would be able to find people who had truthfully registered their information. He could then ask them if they had discovered anything unusual or noteworthy on the train. Just as he said that, a bone-chilling wind blew out of nowhere and whistled through the carriage. After everything calmed down, the leading inspector was about to emphasize what he had just said when he suddenly realized something was amiss. The steam locomotive staff member sitting in his seat still had his eyes open. His face was pale, but his mouth had already closed at some point in time. He no longer revealed his 8 teeth. In a luxurious hotel room, the wall lamps on the wall reflected each other, illuminating the carpeted area with tables and chairs in an abnormally bright manner. Klein had already transformed into a German sparrow. He sat on a single cedar sofa and crossed his left foot over his right leg. Beside him stood the native winner, Enzo. In front of him stood a row of cultist marionettes. They were the people who had attempted to sacrifice all the passengers on the steam locomotive. They were led by the man with a swollen cheek, the conductor, and the driver. In different appearances, they had taken detours from different streets and converged here. "Who asked you to be a sacrifice?" Klein asked in a low voice. After advancing to sequence 4 and becoming a bizarro sorcerer, he was no longer only able to read the marionette's thoughts at a superficial level. He could also use his improved control of spirit body threads to directly do things similar to mediumship. Of course, the higher the level of the marionette, the weaker the effects of spirit channeling. After a brief silence, the train conductor, who was obviously from Rouen and had a lot of body hair, spoke in a stupefied manner. "It's God's decree." "Which God?" Klein took the bone china teacup from Winner Enzo and took a sip. The conductor replied in a daze, "God is God, there is no other." Klein put down his cup and asked, "How did he send the oracle? What exactly did he say?" The train conductor immediately became respectful and respectful. "He gave a decree through a divine item. He wants us to use a large number of lives as a sacrifice to please him. And he will let us obtain eternal life in his kingdom." A large number of lives as a sacrifice. Compared to the charismatic order, Rose School prefers such things. They have always been famous for bloody sacrifices. But to obtain eternal life in God's kingdom is similar to certain ideals of the charismatic order. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that it was deliberately fabricated to deceive these people. Klein pondered for a moment. What divine item? The conductor didn't answer as she glanced at the man with a swollen cheek. The man then took out something from his inner pocket. It was a doll with ordinary workmanship. It had curved eyes and a mouth. "God will give us orders through it at specific times. I bought this at the grocery market," the man with the swollen cheek said calmly, his tone unperturbed. "This." Klein instantly thought of many possibilities. He then got Winner Enzo to take the doll and carefully examine it, but he didn't discover anything abnormal. Based on his experience, this meant that the problem did not lie with the doll itself. The situation could be divided into two types. One was that someone was not far away, using the doll as a cover and pretending to be a deity. The other was that there was really a hidden existence that had specially marked this object and used it to send down an oracle. If it's the former, they must have discovered the deaths of the train attendants and taken precautions. If it's the latter, perhaps they haven't noticed anything. Klein thought for a moment and got Winner Enzo to place the doll on the desk in front of the window. He immediately stood up and instantly transformed into another train staff member, standing with the row of cultists. After Winner Enzo returned, he also underwent a similar transformation. After an unknown period of time passed, the night grew darker. Suddenly, on the desk bathed in crimson moonlight, the doll with curved eyes and a mouth moved its limbs and slowly stood up. P.S. The word count for this chapter is a little short because I was so angry that I couldn't write. Halfway through, I wanted to match a certain sentence in the previous chapter, so I clicked on the web page and opened the previous chapter. In the end, I discovered that the description related to the sacrifice had been deleted. This kind of censorship and deletion is simply indescribable. Without that paragraph, who can understand that plot? Even I can't understand it. Also, what's wrong with that plot? Even writing about bad people doing bad things and criticizing the ugliness has to be deleted? I didn't describe the process of the sacrifice in detail, so that people can imitate it. I have no idea what the censorship standards are for novels nowadays. Are they going to change the book to the point where it doesn't make sense? I can't accept that my book has become so fragmented, broken, and incomprehensible. I've reflected on many parts of the previous chapters, and I also acknowledge that the current environment is difficult. Everyone understands each other, so I didn't say anything. But now, the changes are so perverted that the plot is incoherent and can't be written clearly. I really can't stand it. What is the tone of mystery, what is the atmosphere, and what will be written in the future? Everyone has a certain premonition, so I can't continue writing later. I've now added the deleted content from the previous chapter, but I don't know when it will be deleted again. It will be the same in the future. I don't know if I can continue writing this book, and when will I stop writing? Yes, compared to the first hour, I've calmed down now. I won't say anything too extreme, so everyone can read and cherish it. I will continue writing until I can't write anymore. I won't use the mistakes of others to punish my readers. Yes, that's all.